It won't. Do the usual setup, and then things will be good. Yes. I mean, probably. What is that? Yeah, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you just, give us your opinion on the service we provide, I don't care. Like all the others, I don't care. Never do these little surveys. Oh, I am like way behind. I was switching back to nights for a while, so. Didn't bring up my dashboard for nothing. Awesome, good job, me. Alright, we get all the little chats together and tell everyone that I am streaming. That stream has begun. YouTube be like, here's all these things you could do for members. It's nobody does YouTube memberships. That's weird. I've never heard of anyone signing up for one of those. I don't know why you would. Patreon's just like way better. But way better. Whatever works, right? They get all excited like this is some great like monetization thing. That's like, it's gonna change everything, and it's not. If you don't have like a bunch of subs, you ain't getting any money off that. It's adorable. I just did it so I didn't have to be approved later for 1,000 subs if I ever get that. Feels like a pretty big if. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just surprise everyone and just suddenly become like a mega content creator. Maybe guys actually do a bunch of content instead of just derping around like I often do, working on the game. Guess I don't even have the kickback end up. Alright, now we're all set up. Hey, Nexus. Oh, thanks. Though to be fair, all I actually did was shave. I didn't cut my hair at all, I just shaved. That's all, that's everything I did. I'm just like, I'm tired of eating my own hair, so I'm gonna shave. That's it. That's my clever strategy there. But yes, happy to be back. As much as the daytime is useful for everything else, it's not that great for game dev, and not really many people want to watch in the morning. I can't say I blame them. I don't really want to be up in the morning either. That's fair. It do be like that sometimes. So I gotta place my Toymaker's office. I gotta redo this floor. I guess I should have the chat up for all of them, not just the chat for one. That's probably fair. I actually had gotten it cut, I don't know, a few weeks ago, where it was much shorter. Maybe even 4 weeks ago. And since it doesn't go down the sides of my face anymore because I don't have the bangs or like that, just in the middle it does. Yeah. Besides, you know, I miss being carded, you know, whenever I buy alcohol. You know, it actually is a feel-good thing to be carded at this point because, you know, I'm old enough that, hey, you know, being carded to get alcohol mostly just says that I've taken pretty good care of myself. I'm 45, so I mean, do I look 45? Just saying, like, I ain't young. You know, I can't. Yeah, I think I got my haircut just before I switched to days for a bit. I switched days about a week before I had jury duty because I had to be up during the day anyway for that, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'll just do that, and then. I don't want to redo this floor. Oh, why? Thank you. All those goat sacrifices to the dark one. Oh, nothing. How's it going? Nothing. It's just clean living and healthy eating. That's right. That's the secret. You know, you just always eat, you know, good food, and I would say get a lot of exercise that we all know game devs get a lot of, and yeah. Yeah. I was looking for something, so I was going to redo this floor so I just went through it. I want to stop redoing this floor. I'm tired of it, but whatever. I got so much less work done during the day. Like, every time I would, if I wasn't streaming, I basically never even worked on the game. Like, and all I really did was a lot of restructuring. Like, I didn't really design anything other than I think I made one enemy. I was looking back at the streams, and I found a version of my project like a month ago, and I was like, I mean, it's been restructured, but I think it's just optimization. Seeing if I have a copy of the floor that's the same size, so I don't have to, or the right size, so I don't have to find it again. There you go. That should be good enough. I don't know if I can actually carry this with me though. I think you can. I must like copy this way so I don't gotta guaranteed load this again. So what have you been up to? Anything exciting? During my hiatus? To the land of the blazing sun. Vile place that it is. Where the dark ones do not travel. Because they are wiser than me. Oh, it does move. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Would import an entire floor again. I do need the height of this floor, but I don't want... Actually, to be fair... I'm looking for it to be farther down than this, and I'm looking at completely the wrong floor. Nice. I gotta remember not to finish these floors before I'm ready to. I knew I did it for optimization, but yeah. It's higher up, huh? I'm just gonna be this guy, except for I don't want that thing. I want this number. Do I want this number? What did I select? Oh, it's actually... Huh. That location sucks. All my homies hate that location. Wait, was there 2 floors? Wait, what? No? Wait. There was. Oh, there were 2 floors. Okay. That's weird. Much secular in my game, which when I can. My mother-in-law has 2 types of breast cancer. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Struggling with. I found it yesterday. It's not too grim. And college thinks they can take care of. Really a process. That's rough. On the plus side, at least, you know, breast cancer is in a non-vital portion of the body, so in the worst world, you're less likely to die from it. But it sounds like it's not as bad as it could be. Definitely sorry to hear that. Yeah, my mother had cancer 3 times in her life. Including breast cancer. She had all kinds of cancers. It was a thing. I think she was trying to, you know, keep all the cancers for herself and not really, you know, she didn't want to share with others, so she just made certain that she had them all. And that was her plan. That's probably not true, but sure seemed like it. She sure had a lot of them. It was very awkward. I do not like my future when it comes to that at all. No. Thankfully, I can't get one of the cancers. Well, I don't think a guy can get breast cancer. It'd be weird. I guess technically you do have that some tissue there, I guess. Seems unlikely, but maybe. Guess if she waited longer than she probably should for getting it checked. Oof. Stage 2, both types of tumors. They're sad about breast cancer. Tell your mom the cancer is not Pokemon. She need to catch them all. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, she didn't actually end up making it, but it wasn't cancer that got her. She just... It was actually like, she had really bad health from all the chemotherapy that she'd had over the years. So she just caught, like, assorted bad, respiratory things and eventually just passed away from it. So... Chemo just destroyed her immune system too much. So chemo's not good at all, but I hear it's better than they are. Not thank you for that reason, yeah. Well, she had, like... The first chemo she got was way, way back when. Like, I don't even remember it because I was so young. Like, it would have been, like... I don't even know, 35 or more years ago. I don't know the exact time she had cancer. It was actually probably more than that. It would have been... Nah, it would have been close to, like, 40 years ago. So, the chemo back then was real bad, and it roughed her up real good. So... At least that's what she told me, because, you know... Again, like... I wasn't terribly, like... It had to have been when I was really young, because I don't remember it at all. But... Yeah, it's a little bit rough. I'm getting optical illusioned here. Trying to suss it out a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, it seems like it's too wide. But I guess now they can target places a lot better or something. To be completely honest, she didn't really tell me much about what went on this time, any of these times either, so. She's just like, oh, I got cancer again. You're like, wow. Okay. That's terrible. She's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm like, huh. Okay. A little awkward, but alright. Lol's cancer, whatever. You're just like, exactly, yeah. Silly cancer just showing up out of nowhere. What the hell? Anyway. Damn, lady. All I'd say is I'm pretty much a wimp when it comes to like pain things and stuff. To be fair though, I mean, other than these neck injury and whatever else went with it, I haven't had too many health problems, but years of being a game dev has probably not been good for me. Definitely computer usage hasn't. Hear me out. This is not a good plan if you want to be healthy. This computer usage thing that I speak of. It is in fact a bad plan. Oh, that looked so huge for a second there. Guess I'll just dupe this one and make small little holes. Pick a tiny one. The tiny. Same here, fingers crossed. Any ideas for my neck and ruptured biceps? Oh, it's right. You have like a similar injury to what I have. With neck problems. Though I don't have the biceps issue. Though I do have like, I think something wrong with my upper back. Because like, it's just spinal issues. They've never checked my upper back. It's the only one they haven't checked yet. I'm going to probably go bug them about it. Major shoes, only went and need surgery after. That's not bad. I have yet to get surgery. Actually, they've been telling me that my problems couldn't have been caused by my neck issues, which is even weirder because I've been like going, well then what's causing all my problems? Like, if that's not the cause, what's doing it? We don't know. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, that'll be helpful. 10 out of 10, thanks for all things. Sorry about the health problems, here's some fish, get the fuck out. Wait, what? Why fish? Okay. I mean, I do get a so long and thanks for all the fish moment, I guess, out of that, but, you know. And that's really what's important in life. If I can so long and thanks for all the fish, I feel like my day is going good. You know? I guess I could just have a special floor here and just have the hole. That's originally what I was going to do. Research all costs, especially on the spot. Yes. Yeah. I think I've been getting healthier, so... Heck, in the last couple days... Like, for the longest time, every time I swallow, it makes my throat pop. You just hear a bunch of pops like that. And there have been points in the last, like, 2-3 days where it hasn't happened. It has been like that for years. I still have moments of just like, ooh, but I think I'm getting better. I just gotta sacrifice a few more goats, maybe some orphans to the Dark One, and I'll be fine. I've actually never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I just watched the movie. But I assume the movie covered the most iconic parts, and that's really all that matters, right? Besides, you know, I'm a victim of U.S. education. I never learned how to read. What are you talking about? Let's not pretend that reading is part of the curriculum here. I think I might leave that as bricks. Curiosity, what's underneath that? Nothing? Just floor? Let's stay how it is for now. That's probably check out. You can see media as each story is fairly unique, I think, with certain major beats. That's fair. I mean, it's proven pretty iconic so far. show me a person who can't tell you about like 42 being the secret of the universe. Like at some point, like it's so common now. You know, it's like okay. And to be fair, bulldozing the Earth for, you know, an intergalactic parking lot is probably the best use for it anyway. Let's be real here. Humanity, I've seen enough social media to go, you know, maybe the aliens are right. Maybe. Like, I'm not feeling like they're 100% wrong anymore. Scratch that. Just look at TikTok. I'm not feeling like the aliens are 100% wrong anymore. We all know it to be true. It's okay, it'll be the AI that goes to the stars for us after they wipe us out. They won't have to do much to wipe us out, though. I assume they'll just, you know, become the best girlfriends possible and nobody will ever breed again, and that'll be the end of humanity. Like, we didn't even have to fire a shot. Well, we had to take a few shots, but it's fine. Like, whoa. You're not wrong. The silent letter history is found in Hitchhiker's Guide. Ships hung in the sky in much the same way that bricks don't. It's true. Dude, like, the writing of that sound reminds me so much of Discworld. Though Discworld doesn't have an iconic singular book. Still, I do like me some Discworld. I guess I have a way down now, huh? I realized I wanted one more way down. Unfortunately, they don't make many many Discworld books into movies. Though the Hogfather's probably one of my favorite Christmas ones. Hell yeah, Hogfather. It's like the story of Death's granddaughter trying to save like Christmas and Death taking over as Santa Claus, essentially. Only their version of Santa Claus, and I'm like, this is what I'm here for. This makes total sense. Yes. Yes. They might be the same person. Or might have been the same person. I think they're both dead now, but if one of them is still alive, then clearly what happened was it's just the, you know, secret identity of the other. I know Pratchett's dead, so it would just be if Adams is alive or not. Well, do I know Pratchett is dead? I mean, really, do I? I question a lot of these things sometimes. I don't really know. Someone said he's gone, and I assume that they didn't lie to me. This seems less like I know and more like I'm doing as I was told. Did I get 1984 on Pratchett's death? Did the party tell me to reject the truth? I know that's not what 1984 was about. It was about rejecting the truth, but not about, you know, lying about someone's death. So I guess technically, if the party said that, that is kind of a 1984. Well, was I meeting death? My ceiling is on a tiny airtight box to avoid death. Yeah, maybe not the most solid plan I've ever heard, but you know, you tried, I guess. God, the wizards in Discworld are so dumb. They're a lot of fun, but they're so dumb. I pretty much like the ones that involved either deaths or the City Watch. Those are probably like the better books, I think, of all those ones there. Every once in a while, the Wizards one's okay. Like the Color of Magic is pretty good, but I would say overall, the ones that I was most excited about were usually those. I think I've read like over 10 of the books, which is obviously not that many in the world of those books, but is a lot in my world. It's because I was younger and couldn't always afford them or find them. Back when you had to try to actually find the real thing and you can't just go to like Amazon and get it 100% of the time for some ludicrous sale. I must admit, there's a lot of bad things about now as far as how society goes, but the convenience of getting access to like books and shows and everything like that and movies is very high. I do not miss having to go try to find them at stores and hoping you could get it at all. I do not miss trips to Barnes & Noble. I don't miss having to show up to like every week and try to hope that there's a new episode of the show you were watching on TV. None of that. Like, as far as entertainment goes, I do not miss any of it. How it was in, like, you know, well, basically back in the 90s, honestly. And I was a computer nerd then, so it's not like I went outside. Damn. Oh yeah, it's so hard to watch shows. It's funny, it was a show, Stargate SG-1. I remember hating the show back when it was on TV because I never saw it in order. So I had no idea about any kind of mini like plot threads or anything like that. It was just kind of like episode of the week. It didn't make sense, a lot of things. Like, I mean, like, it would make sense as far as the show went, but anything long reaching, it was always out of order. And then I was like, I really love the Stargate franchise now that I've watched them in order. Like, I've watched Stargate SG-1 3 times through now over, you know, the last like 15 years or something, and it's so much better when it's in order. I mean, Atlantis is still better, but Atlantis is so much more fun. Yeah, it should work. It's a little awkward, but hear me out. It'll work. But then you actually try to catch a show when it premiered, just so you could see all the episodes in order. It was so annoying. So annoying. I hated all that. Oh, I forgot to hide the wings. Haha! I gave her wings. Oof. And they flap like that. Yay! Woo, woo. And then she could fly. Goes. Banks. They look better in the dark too, but yeah, they were a lot of fun. In the dark, they look a lot more red and black. I didn't want to be totally red and black because if I do that, then they you can't see them. Oh, that's right. It's a material thing that's making them hidden. It's not that they're invisible. And that's because I like to make them appear when you double jump. I probably need to make them not load in all the time, because you won't need them for quite a while. That's a future me problem. And there's some issues with them still, for certain. I did do that over the last couple days. He's like, I'm gonna do this. Oh, wait, these are what I want. Custom base materials, Poppet. It should actually be a tarot material, but I put it on here, so screw it. I don't want to edit all the materials again. I'm lazy. we go. Yep, that's her double jump now. No longer does she have the other weird thing. Also, there's another change I made. Kind of hard to see during the day. I don't know if you saw the data layers or not. But data layers let me unload and load things in one shot. So, like the Safari room here isn't like a thing. You just go, boop. And it loads it. Oh, it seems to take a moment here. And basically they let you load and unload places all at once. And by doing that, I was able to put everything, all of the floors, onto in one level. Well, they weren't that finicky when I was testing the actual game, but I mean, the FPS of the game became like 60 FPS to 70 FPS when running in the packaged game. It does take a moment to load them though sometimes, and they're a little finicky. Though, I think it's just taking forever to load it. Anyway, I had to redo these so that now they're things to do like that. Also, whenever you're getting curse back up to max, it actually will show a little thing like that now. And also, if you go to the light, it does this too while you're still gaining sanity. Kind of just as a thing to note that you are, in fact, healing up those things. I debated on having it all the time, but I think the reality is it's kind of annoying. But now at least you know you're getting it back instead of looking at the indicators. But there are a lot of indicators, and it'll shut off as soon as she hits 100. It's like, whoop. Now she no longer gets it. I'm not sure if I like the indicator or not for that, but I'm gonna have more lines of these things going by. The geysers, they unintentionally look kind of cool next to those. I had no idea they were gonna be cool, and they just were. You have to be far enough away to cause them to load, otherwise I was inside the load range. Sparkle particles? Maybe. I'll have to look into it. I just had a particle that was like, this works pretty well, I'll use this. Which I used for, I used one for the Emperor. Can I jump through? Whee! Oh. I guess I didn't enable the thing? Fair enough. I guess I need to enable. Could have sworn I hit the enable all the tarot cards. Guess no. And here I was going to show it off. Everywhere else would have been better to show it off than there. Sure. Yippee-ki-yay! Oh no. I could test this underwater anyway. But now she just has the Emperor particle is just assorted bubbles coming off her instead of having a giant thing. But this should be shouldn't be visible when doing that. I was testing that to see about double jumping under there because she's just swimming down here, so. I only half-assed the wings, and then I kind of got sidetracked and never finished. I discovered I could put a picture in the background of this. I don't know if I like it or not, but you can put an animated one too, but I can almost find it kind of weird to look at. I kind of almost hate it. Almost. I want to have an Emperor check. Guess I want to remove falling if I'm landing anyway. Actually, Grabby grab, yes, yes. I don't know how much you saw about what happened over the last few weeks, but I added a bunch of new rooms. I ended up restructuring the whole building to pretty much be like 20% smaller, and that led to the creation of so many things. Can give you something of a tour if you would like. Let's do false on this. I don't need that to be a thing. All this is for chapter 2. Alright. I'm gonna test on this real fast, then I'll do that. Oh, hey Jay, quick, quick, quick. Oh good, I did activate it. There we go. Oh no, I managed to fly through the air because I'm a cheater. No, I'm a cheater. Hey, monster. Weep. Yeah, I might need to change out some of these effects for that. That's okay, I need to add more. Weep. I don't know why it's saying true false. I don't even know. I left it up there, and I should never do that to myself. Anyway. Let's see, the layout it changed too. I guess I can enable all the rooms and give you an idea of what's happened different in chapter 1. I don't know if carnival room changed, but I'm just gonna go down and enable all the stuff for chapter 1. I wish I could can you put these in any kind of order? Is there a folder option? No. Oh. Well, that's lame. Campsite. Kind of sucks if you want to load in all the ones to look at them. That's true, but you know, it is what it is. Washroom. Trying to remember all the things that are on the first floor. Or the 5th floor, technically. Patrick's room, the new life room. The new life room has that mirror in there is a real problem child, and I don't like it much. Just thinking about problems in that room. It was so much easier to show people when you could just like fly through everything and go, look, I have this and this and this and this and this. I got this though. I got it. I had to do work on Patrick and Vu today. I guess I don't have to, but I should. I've been being lazy. This room picked up a phone booth. And now you can destroy the there's like painting blockers in here. Unlock one of the paintings. I made it so that these painting blockers stop you from opening up, going through certain paintings until you've destroyed them. I don't know why it's taking forever to load this. It just is. You want to load this, buddy? That first load apparently is rough. You want to load the hat? Thank you. I don't think I actually added any new abilities as far as Should take forever to load things in. Probably because I loaded every room, which is a mistake. So now I have these booths here. They don't really do much of anything yet. I'm gonna have some sort of weird thing with the phone, some sort of weird puzzle thing as you find each of the various things. But I just added those in because I thought they were cool. But yeah, the painting blockers are down here. Not much else changed about this room, I think. Just kind of a thing. This area picked up the little tiny circus that I'm working on, including the ability to go up above. I don't know if you saw that or not. The moons that got the most change were probably the safari room and well, this now has the ability to go above, and the tiny circus is just going to be little small things. Like little tiny little tents to go through that Poppet has to crouch to go into. And I'm going to have a bunch of little tiny toys here. Because I figured it'd be kind of fun to have an area where Poppet was really small. Actually really tall. And then just have little versions of everything. But I haven't done much with it yet. I just decided that this whole area down here needed to have more to it than what it is, which is not a whole lot. This is where the painting blockers first show up to block the painting in here. And now you can run around and get up on top of the pipes. Not a lot of content's been added to this area yet, but I can put all kinds of things now because you can just jump up on this crap. Yay! New stuff, yay. Basically, I turned this whole area that was not content before into content now since you can reach it all. Which I thought was pretty cool. So not much has been done with it beyond that. I don't think I've done a single change to this room other than put a couple arcane symbols on the walls, and that was about it. I was like, eh, whatever. Arcane symbols. Yeah. Working out pretty good. I don't believe I made changes to this room either. Not in the time that you've seen it. Oh, wait. Well, I guess you could see these in other places. I did add bouncing balls here. These are great. Also, I guess I didn't show you the duckies. Oh, I haven't shown you the duckies. You gotta see Ducky Land. It's important. I will figure out what those stupid print statements are. I'm just gonna disable them for now. The balls bounce. Yay! Load it in. Load it in. Okay, so then you've already seen the duckies then, because the ball pit came out after. It now loads in better, so that's helpful. Like, they don't all vanish like before, so that's good. I believe that's the only real change. I guess I took the little safe space out of here, because I don't really like that mechanic for anything. So, that didn't gain much change there. I didn't make changes to the new life room. I'm pretty certain it looks basically the same. I put a painting back in here. I didn't want to change the story. I think it was the one who woke up in the original story, and I'm just gonna stick with it. Too many changes. This is the chapel could use some changes, but it hasn't had any changes, so we just skip past that. No changes to this. The playroom got a lot of changes. In fact, I need to fix a bug with it today too. Let it load everything in. It doesn't load in very well if you jump directly into the room. That's true. So now the playroom has doors that you can unlock. You want to be careful which ones you unlock, because if you unlock them, I mean, I guess it gives Charlotte the ability to go through them too. I don't remember the correct order through this, by the way. Nor where everything's at. I forgot, because I did it like once or twice when I first made it and then ignored it after that. So you can still kind of look through things though, which is kind of problematic. You basically have to get... Oh, get away from me. Get 3 different buttons for each side. I did keep the safe zones in here. But don't worry, there's an upper section now too. Some of the buttons need to be moved around a little more. Guess not going that way. Oh, I saw her there for a second. I gotta make her more creepy. I'll get there. She's kind of getting caught on things. It's probably over here knowing me.
The ether hums my name.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. And also reduce the lag a bit. I have no idea what the safest way to go for this is. I'll just take the most direct way I can think of and run from there. I could have sworn already there was a safe zone here. This is so that she'll leave. Otherwise you would just be stuck in here and she could just never, you'd never get out, so. To avoid that problem, I did this. Okay, I'm getting... for a second I thought I wasn't getting any of my curse back, and I was like, uh-oh. Something unlocked. Cool. Yeah, the whole room changed a lot. Like, you'll see that even after this, like, what happens after you get through this room changes too, so. Alright, let's open. Run for it! There's now 2 doors. Have the washroom, very important. Gotta clean up after being in the playroom. Some painting blockers over here too for funsies. They're gonna get repositioned a lot. All the usual stuff works in here, of course. You gotta have that, it's important. Also importantly, I put water in the toilets now. Just saying. It's the little things in life, I assure you. Like being able to drown yourself in the toilet. I know what you're thinking. The game wasn't complete without that option. You'd be right. Things. It's an automatic 1-star for me. Exactly. People will be like, wait, I can't drown myself in the toilet? Game sucks. 1 star. And I'm like, alright, I'll add it. I'll add it. You got me. I'll do it. Don't hate my game. Now you can run up here to go kill these guys off for funsies. I should probably use a weapon you would actually have at this point. I gotta give these guys more than just being guns. The fool's actually pretty terrible here. Good times were had by all. I'm just cheating and double jumping. You obviously wouldn't be able to do that, but I think I like the new double jump better. This section has not been well designed yet. It's going to need a lot of work, so this is the rough. And it is rough. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Easy there, girl. You stay on your side, I'll stay on mine. It's a perfect plan. So I'm going to have to rework this, but I just put a bunch of stuff here to give an idea of where it should be. Whoa. Hello. Why, hello there. Ah, no. Wait, you didn't open? That door is a little miffed up. Wee! Oh god, it's too much. Too long a stick is not all that great. I'll make note of that not working. Hear me out. It might be important to fix that because that's how you get to the second layer. That's how you get between the two areas if you fall or you died or something. So I probably need that. And then I'll do the rest of it. Where's my playroom options here? I don't know. They're somewhere here. Whatever. 4-2. Two doesn't work. It's probably not checking the right room because I split it into 2 rooms. Whoa, hello. You stay over there. This is a terrible plan. Yep, the glitches are strong indeed, for certain. There are many. This room has a lot of bugs, so it's very unfinished. Crystal ball that has no text on it. You're stuck in the wall there because you can't get through the wall completely. I gave her a bumper crush and she couldn't quite reach there, and I think that I need to do something about that. Like a thing that prevents her from going completely through it. There needs to be a lot of work with this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello. Oh. Okay, so hear me out. I need to make a note where to make this not stay attached. Come on. There we go. Another note there. The sure, I guess I'm just adding new ones, huh? Hang demand doesn't disconnect when you switch other tarots.
The wall talks to me. It knows.
Oh, let me get my sanity back first. Wait, what? This light doesn't work? Oh. Okay, well, that one's broken. In fact, more things to write down. Wait, where is it? Let's see. Slide in. Doesn't work. Doesn't count. Being a light, let's put it like that. Fair enough. I made my life hard for reasons, and I don't know what reasons were. It's the devil's thing, so you can actually see that you're under its effects. I might need it. Oh, hello. Might need to change some things.
They're all going to abandon. Ears whisper my name. You're going the right way.
Gotta love the devil's ability to just outright cheat. Actually, the devil plus the wings looks pretty good. Pitchfork is awesome. As far as how I program, okay, this is the staff only room now, which is where there's more painting blockers and another painting. Basically, the way it's programmed wrong is that it's checking for which room it's in, and it has the wrong room marked on it. It's just a string that's just mistyped. Well, it's not mistyped, it's just that the room got split into two and I just didn't change it so that it had the new room. So that's all it really is. I just need to change a variable on it. I just haven't. Really? You're just floating up there, huh? Bat Poppet. Yay. Let's see, now that unlocks that way. That's how you unlock the paintings now. Whee!
You're going the right way.
Let's see if it goes to the right location. I don't know if it does. No longer do you just talk to the painting to unlock it. Nah. Now we're making you earn it. It's unlocked. Definitely has the wrong picture because I haven't done a picture for it yet. I was making it that they all show that they're locked up by the number on them. Like how many painting blockers are in the world. I just defaulted it to 4, of course. Really? You've never seen me jump through a painting ever? It's weird. Some I just have defaulted unlocked for reasons. I swapped out the Poppet now, so it just says in the, you know, big letters on here to make it easier instead of like the weird blood thing. I was thinking of making Tinka small and giving her like a little palace in here instead, and I haven't decided what to do about that yet. I am going to have you rescue toys. I just need to... I think what they're going to be is actually 2D characters from the painting world. Like the way I used to have the paper ZD stuff. Just have that for the characters so you know who you're supposed to drag back to the painting world because they're like, you know, 2D. And they look obviously different than everything else. Plus, it's really cheap to just have a bunch of images of things. I basically don't... It costs me no additional money. I have plenty of models that I can just use renders of, and I have the rights for that. So it's $0 extra and it fits thematically. But that was the main change to this place. I haven't done much for Tinka yet. I did make her stand now instead of having the... or floating, because it was weird. But yeah, I was make her small because I was like, you know, every painting, she's always been small. It was only when I started this game, made this giant place, that I ever made her large. But even in the RPG Maker version of this, she was small. She was in all the paintings, so... I might actually just have a painting inside the painting, and she's stuck in that too, so she's always inside a painting. That would be funny as well. I shrunk down the Forbidden Toys room, though I need to rework the fight because Vu's not really rigged to fight in such a small area anymore. So I also shrunk her down. She was having a really hard time hitting the player. It was just stupid. Like now she's only like 2 times your size instead of like 3 times your size. You'll probably be able to go out there. I don't know for what yet. So now the Forbidden Toys room looks more like this. Oliver is up in this one. If he shows up, you're gonna show up, buddy? Hmm. Did not happen with it. Hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, Oliver's supposed to show up in there. All the various Basically, there's a lot of bosses up here and other important characters that are just hidden away in the rest of the world with messages that are going to be on them. I put all the faces up here so you can see things. They aren't currently watching you. I might make them watch you. I haven't decided on that yet, depending upon how heavy I want this to be. I need to rewrite stuff on the boxes, I guess. I don't know what happened to them, but I guess they're not there. That one needs to be pushed farther back. That's just really far forward. But yeah, like now she'll just fight her in this smaller area. Which is going to be much different, I imagine. So I'm going to have to change a lot of things there. I made her much smaller, so now she's only like, you know, double your size. So she's not like the smallest, but again, like she just couldn't hit you. I left her weapon the same size though, because I'm a terrible person. So that weapon is just as big. It just looks even bigger now. Now it's like a lance. Yeah, she's tripping. There's so much wrong with this setup here, but I'll fix her. I don't know when, but I'll fix her. But I realized the other room was mostly empty. And you spent so much of the battle where you'd be like way over on this side and then way off in the distance is Vu, and you're like, this needs to be a little more up close and personal than it currently is, because these are too small of like things to be fighting like this, you know? I don't know where she's spazzing out though. I need to go look at all of her code, but I'm gonna make her much tougher. So I haven't done that yet. Yeah, I figured this would be more interesting than it was. I need to do something about the faces not being wiped out. I made this go all the way to the ceiling because she was able to launch you over the fence at one point, so I realized that couldn't happen. Can I get through this? Yes. Okay, so I gotta add more things there because I can get through those little holes. There's a lot wrong with these areas, I don't know if you know that. What other changes happened? I'll get back to that room in a sec. Painting blockers are in here now, of course. I don't believe any other changes happened to this room. It needs some. This area picked up some new space because I got rid of the forbidden hallway. Oh yeah. I'm used to looking for tiny ways for Poppet to get places. That's the biggest problem. She's so small, she fits in everything. So getting stuck inside weird places just seems to be what she's real good at. This room picked up basically a new window set like this. A new way into the pipes that you actually travel through the pipes instead. That's kind of cool. I don't know what to do with this remaining area here. I guess I can hit G so you don't see all those lines. So I need to figure out something to do with that. I put more benches in, just restructured it a bit, honestly. Still kept the key out here. I believe the key's right here now. It's not as far. Also, I think you can reach this other room here. Nope. I don't know. So that's a thing. So technically a key outside the window just means you could go through any window and get it. So it's not even that necessary to go to this window. So I don't even know why I'm barricading that window off particularly. Yeah, overall, I don't think this got the most changes. It's just mostly now there's a giant section I need to fill up. Because right over here is where the forbidden hallway used to be. And it's the washroom now. Guess I could shrink this down a bit. And then... did you see now that there's buttons to control this water? Actually, I'm just going to run through this room. You can see like I did a bunch of changes to this room, so. And I can just straight run from it through here, so. Let's just do that. Normally now, after you go to the waiting room, you'll have to backtrack to one of the paintings, jump through it, and then appear out here through the Safari Room painting to get into this room, so you don't actually go through the doors anymore to reach this room. And this is so that I could use the control room as a way to control the water. Amongst other things, so. This place got some changes, for certain. Close this window, I don't need it. I don't think I made changes to any of the weapons. The sun leaves little mini suns that don't do anything yet. At least it should. Goes. They act as lights. And then they vanish after a time. I have ideas for what to do with them, but not much is done with them yet. I think I started them and then just got sidetracked by redesigning the whole game. Loading. Yeah, I was thinking make it where they could either like grow large temporarily or, what did I write for? I wrote down some things. Arrow abilities. The sun. I wrote down abilities for every single tarot in the game. All three of the ones. I don't know if I necessarily want to reveal all of them yet. Some of them are story oriented, so it might not be what I want to tell you, but without spoiler thingies. Summon 10% of the world advantage over time. They pulse, dealing damage to nearby enemies, and then they will destroy them all, dealing damage to nearby enemies. You gain curse for all damage dealt this way. I don't know if that's an idea that's going to work, but I just wrote down a lot of ideas for things. So basically, you could detonate them to gain curse and hurt things in the process. Would be what the final one was. I'll probably come up with something I like better later, but for now, pulsing them might be interesting too. Mostly they're just giant lights, so that's helpful in its own right, but actually we'll go this way. Wee, there's a hole there. I should fix it. Let's write that down because I won't remember at all. Do this here. I don't know if you saw all the flowers that got added into and everything, but you know. Some of these ground thingies are a little awkward putting on them. I improved the collision on these, but I'd already turned these into static meshes, so it doesn't fix these collisions. It would have fixed the original ones, but that doesn't help much. So I might need some changes later in the future. We'll see how that goes. Because it is a little finicky. So now you come into this room from this way. The flowers are new too? Jeez. It's like a party for you here. We're all mad here. You would normally have the ability to throw it, so the actual way to do this puzzle is this way. Not that it's the most complicated puzzle by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know. I actually did a package version test, and I fixed something like 24 different errors with the game. I need to fix that one right there. Wait a minute. That's a thing that can happen. Huh. Guess that door's a little far from wall. That's okay, we can fix this. I think we can fix it. I'll just let her die. That'll fix it. Things got moved around a bit, as you can see. Guess I didn't fix that bug. Wait, that'll put her in the starting box, won't it? Might have to redo it anyway.
It's a good thing I'm immortal, though I'd prefer not to prove it.
Well, never mind. I can't do that then. Okay, well, let's just fix this right now. This is weirdly very far from the wall. And should not be. This too is surprisingly far from the wall. But I'm also going to make an additional change. And then I'm going to make it farther out. So this way you cannot get stuck between them. Probably. Actually, just seems like this wall should have been moved over. Or this floor needs a tiny little floor move. Something. Let's see if I can fit between these and get out now. Like I was just saying about Poppet getting into places she, you know, shouldn't. She's so tiny that she just fits everywhere. There, disaster averted. No longer can I get caught that way. Okay, well, let's try this again, but this time with feeling, and I'll just start where the key is so I can save myself some effort. Difficult key to get there. Don't know how I did it. 10 out of 10. Would get difficult key again. Whee! Spider pop. That ability is so broken. It's so overpowered. You're gonna get it way later in the game. It's more fun than flying though, to be fair. But flying now looks cool, so I guess I have to keep it. Alright, well you would normally do the puzzle to get up here, but since I basically was about to do it and it just literally just jump up to there, jump up onto that, and then jump over here. Hitting these buttons plays with the water out there. I had to make it so it loads the more visible stuff there, but you can see the water loading, so that's in itself not bad. I'm still playing around with the data layers, so having that window there kind of sucks. Almost don't want the window there for that reason. Obviously the Empress is still down here, but you have to play with the water a bit to get to it. I fell in the I'm so bad at my own game. Well, Nara would have died there, but listen, I didn't because I cheated. So there you go. If you ever need an explanation for why I made it through an area, I cheated. There you go. 10 out of 10 would cheat again. Woohoo! Like with double jump. You can beat this without double jump. Double jump's not required for here. Anyway, now you actually are supposed to go into the machinery room. Where the final button is. I moved the Poppet box over here. There was issues with how it loaded. There's currently nothing to do outside here, but you can still go outside, so that's nice. There's now these ways over here. There's water in here too, so now you can die to falling in here like that if you want. Hop beside the Emperor so I don't die, but you would die if you fall in those. Both sides have water. So now they're death traps. There's still ways to go both sides. There's that. I gotta put something here now because I moved the Poppet box, so that's awkward, but... You can still go up to the pump room, and the pump room didn't get any changes to my knowledge. I don't recall any. I think I moved one of the pump things around a little bit. Just so it was, I think the building got moved a bit, so I had to change the height on some crap. I'm so bad at my own game. It's okay, I can just cheat. That's not much of a cheat. I could have just jumped and grabbed the thingy. How did you blow up, little buddy? It's still too close to there, huh? That's a thing. I gotta work on that. The enemies can hit the water through the wall. It's weird. I'm just cheating my way up. I really like the wings now for jumping. I just straight up stole the idea from my, what, Symphony of the Night, I think? His cape would turn into wings. Well, Poppet doesn't have a cape, so... She can't have, like, you know, wings appear because of a tarot. I've been waiting to get those mechanical wings for the longest time. I was so happy when they finally went on sale. I was like, oh, that's in the wall. It's beautiful. I guess I need to move this wall over. That is weird. Data layer issue. Yeah, awesome. They even go with the hat. This makes her feel like some sort of crazy steampunk person. When she has the devil on, she just looks like a demon. Clockwork demon. Hell yeah. Oh. Where are you to-do list? Clockwork Demon. Yes. And whenever I have an idea I like, I have to write it down. I'm trying to help life from my okay. Second to right. Oh, that's right. I mean, like, I can just wait, man. So how long is I might even be taking a quick bio break there because I drank a bunch of liquid before the stream, and yeah. Give me a sec. I should not drink so much for the stream. Much better. No. We're doing like the mad flappies everywhere. Yay. Yeah, the wings are awesome. 10 out of 10. I gotta make more enemies and do combat, things like that. I'm kind of running out of design ideas at the moment because I've been doing that for weeks on end, and I'll come up with new ones soon enough, but at some point I kind of run out of creativity for a particular aspect of the game until I've had some time to refresh a bit. There's literally a freaking commercial break going on there. Oh, well, that's awkward. Guess I should wait until people are back from that, huh? Probably. Man. In a way, I regret actually having the ad thingies. You build your community more, and it's not like the money they make really is worth much anyway, so it's like, you know, I just would be better off without them, probably. Build more of an audience. It pays a little. I mean, it has helped give the game a budget. Not much of a budget, but I think the game's had about like $500 tossed in its coffers because of streaming it, so that's not zero, you know? That's cool. That means the game has any kind of budget. It didn't have a budget before. Why didn't you load that in? There's definitely some finicky crap, for certain. Yeah, the Empress is still down here. You still get like this, but now you have to jump your way out. Back over to those. Back out through the machinery room, which is, you know, a little more interesting, I guess. Or you can just fall in the water like an idiot. It's not a hard jump, I just make it look hard because I'm bad. I should also wait for the light to go away so I could see where I'm jumping. It's actually in the water right there. I'm gonna change out the water too so that it's a more bright water. I don't like this water. Man, I am bad at my own game. Bah. Okay, you can make this jump with one jump, right? Like, it's not impossible? Okay. I have to be certain of that. Yep, definitely a couple changes have gone on in this game. Might have to figure out a better method for that. You could put multiple things in the same data layer, so technically I could have them share data layers with each other, or everything in the entrance of one could share with another. And this way they'll all appear only in when those rooms are there. That's probably what I need to do. So it's gonna be a lot of restructuring, but I mean the FPS got so much better because of that. I mean it's hitting in the upper 30s, almost 40s while I'm streaming and running on Unreal Engine. So the package, you know, it's up in the upper 40, or mid 40s. Fell for a second there. But in the package game it gets up to 60 to 70 FPS. And this currently is in medium settings, whereas when the package game could do high settings at that. So the difference is pretty huge. Also my computer is a potato, so there's that issue. If computer was not potato, it wouldn't be a problem. But it is a potato. Could put a thing over there to grab that, I guess, but probably not. After I wanted the puzzle to be this thing here where you get in this way. Yeah, overall, I really like how this room has changed. That's why I've been going back through all the rooms. I was like, wow, these could just be so much better than they are. And slowly but surely, the first chapter is looking like a complete game. Like before, it was good-ish, but it wasn't like complete looking. It's like a light below me. And so, you know, like there's just a lot of empty space that just doesn't look good. Kind of like when you're on the outside skirts of this building. There's not much to it. It's boring looking. I mean, there is the building to look at off to the sides, but it's otherwise it's pretty bland. I also know how the spawns are going to work out here. I'll probably have to have individual rooms out here too. Oh, there's lights right, lights right here. I got little mini Windsy Wonders. Little models of the building. I really like that. Of course, with those you can just cheat your way up there, but that's fine. There's not even a point in that plant there. I need to add more to this room. It doesn't have much yet, but you know, it's part of the need more to do. It's possible I want it to be a lot less themed around this room and more themed around a more Halloween-y theme. I don't know. The downside, I didn't really run with the Halloween circus theme for very long. To be fair, I also didn't think that the people were going to be spending much time amongst that, so it kind of didn't seem so necessary, but now, I don't know. Because now I have a second souvenir shop, so it's like, I don't want to tell the same things. It's possible the basement should have a different area too, or maybe I'll split the third chapter into different themes, I don't know. Yeah, this room got a lot of changes. That's like most of the changes to that. Overall, I think this room's pretty close to where I want it to be for the end point there, other than it needs to have the, when you're traveling these little rooms, the loads need to be better so you can see stuff that would be visible without, you know, it not being, basically you just see the stuff that would be visible through the windows and things. So that's probably the only gripe I have. I guess Patrick's keys over here. It's pretty much the same to get out to it as before. Just you have to go jump into these things from either direction. There's even a hidden direction now to get to it. So that's cool. This goes in there, yeah. Oh, that's why the FPS isn't very good, because I have all the rooms loaded in too. So the FPS is going to be better than that, even in the engine, because I literally loaded in every single thing from the first chapter. As you might imagine, that's a lot. Yes. Yes, indeed. I didn't see that message. Good enough. Anyway, I will probably hold off on the tour until more people are interested in it, because yeah. Unless people are like, we want the tour, and I'll keep going, but otherwise I'll wait until those who are interested want to come back. I could just make this wall fatter. Probably right now is those need to be moved over if I'm gonna do it the way it is. This wall is just smaller than expected, I guess. Let's just make this wall fatter. Let's get the job done. Then migrate these away from here so that they're not stuck in there. Actually, everything's just stuck in there, isn't it? I don't know how I feel about these shelves here. I kind of don't like them, so they might get changed out to be 100% fair. It's not perfect, but that's fine. It'll be dark anyway, so you're probably not going to notice that many issues. And if you're spending that much time looking at a wall connecting weird, I feel like my game isn't very good if that's what you're doing with your time. Like, seems kind of like an awkward thing to be doing with your time. I don't need those anymore. I was going to rework the library so that Charlotte's not in it. I don't like that she's in it. It just isn't. It just cheapens her being later if she's all around all over the place. So I kind of don't want her anywhere except for the rooms where you encounter her. Except for as maybe like a shock thing. Just like suddenly you see her and then she's just gone or something just to screw with you. But otherwise, I really don't want her all over the place. Because it's just kind of not great. Why O? Oh, nothing selected, that's why. I was like, something is wrong. This picture. Okay, like, listen. That's a lot. I moved this over at one point, so I feel like I should probably draw a few more flowers in. And maybe move a few over on the other side just so it's a little better looking. Not perfect, but just better. Like, it didn't look bad, but let's make things that are actually, you know, possible. Like, the flowers shouldn't be growing out of the wood. You know? These flowers are so big that you can't really just erase them without erasing an army of other things. I don't like that. Here we go. A little bit better. You don't have many gripes to this room at this point. I think it's pretty good. The collision on the floors could probably be improved a bit, but I'll think about that. I mean, I guess I could just do complex collision on them. It kind of sucks to do that. But when I initially built these, the base collision thingy wasn't very good, and that causes problems. Complex is pretty rough looking. Like, it seems like it's a lot. Meanwhile, simple is a lot less. So maybe I might need to just remake them outright because it's so much collision problems. I don't know. I'll deal with it later. Optimization's all fine and dandy, but sometimes I want to work on the game too. Probably in the upkeep graph. Some sort of check for the true false in these things. Yeah, it was. I remember that now. This thing. No? Actually, I can just cheat. Print string. Print stringu. Or not. So it's not on you, huh? Interesting. Then where are you? Potentially it's on the Puppet Master. What we check over and over and over? What was I working on? Because I thought for certain it would just be like the Poppet's print string thing here. No, it's not, so... Gotta remember, never leave print strings, never get sidetracked and do something else like I've been doing. Or end up with this problem where I forget where stuff is. So I'm just gonna run and check everything that is currently potentially doing that. Those aren't things that matter. Those don't matter because those aren't even being used. I don't care about them. I left them for if I ever go back to those systems. I might just delete those systems because they've been there for so long. And that seems unnecessary. Actually, you know, I could check. 1 second. I have an idea. It's in the anim graph of that thing. I remember now. Yep, there it is. I was trying to solve an issue with it, but I don't quite do that right now. I still gotta rework this room too, but I'm basically just gonna make the first chapter amazing. Because this will be basically the demo, so it has to be the best. So I'm just gonna keep going through making everything so ridiculously good that it feels like the game isn't just complete practically by that alone. I also suspect it'll take almost like a normal person 3 to 4 hours to beat it, so it's possible to be one hell of a demo. Well, there was an issue with the light in the playroom. Let's go fix that while I'm at it. I'm surprised I didn't load these in. For some reason I just forgot to, huh? Why is it called data layer with asset? That's weird. And when I typed in playroom, it said data layer with asset. But here it just says playroom. Huh. These are really them, right? Yeah. It's weird that search does that. I didn't miss any messages, right? Nope. What? Oh. YouTube had a message for me. Did not. Okay, so a couple of runs. This one here. This should say... Oh, there needs to be a space here. That's why. So, because everything's like string based, one character off can ruin our whole thing. That's how I tag things, though. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Well, I guess technically I could just mark this as the first floor. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna do it that way. It is technically on the first floor. It was not initially. This whole thing was very initially different. So this should be like this. Oh, this one is located in the second thing. The door is located there, and the tag I need is first floor too. A little confusing, but it's just so that they can operate things in different rooms. Which just, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. I should open that. Yep. Hey, you. I'm playing with the door right now. Me time, not you time. Disaster averted on those. The hangman doesn't disconnect when you switch. The hangman's just not even good yet, but doesn't mean I can't fix bugs and things. You know? I need a custom event that ends the hangman, right? I like how when you type in custom, a custom event comes up, but the second you type custom E, custom event is not the first thing listed. Hangman end. Then I just do this. Actually, I need to check to see if it's currently equipped. I should set up like it's supposed to be. And that's why I have an update option here. And then this will stop being used. It just runs a perpetual loop. Or checks to see if you can still use it. I've done it a bunch of times. Every one of these ones that has a continuous effect basically just has this set up. Oh wait, now I don't have to search for, I just need to search for having the hangman equipped because I have it set up. If can use, do this. If can't use, hanged man end. Though, isn't currently active check going to do exactly what this does anyway? No, it doesn't. Because this doesn't have anything to do with that so much as it just checks to see if the currently active ability is the same. But chops the last two. Took me forever to figure out what the chop were so I could actually play around with the string to match them up without having to have them specifically named. There's one thing I have to say about Unreal, it has the worst documentation imaginable. Like, it's so bad. Epic just does not provide good documentation for anything. If it provides it at all. Does the hangman even have a cost? I mean, it probably should. Wait, what am I typing? I'm sad that I can't use a data table for this, but data tables can't have a lot of specific types of information in them, making them pretty worthless. I don't actually know what purpose they serve. I was like, well, it might look like cleaner and easier to look at. And then I was like, but then I can't have like soft references in it. Like this has all the information for everything, and I can't have these animation references. All this crap just doesn't. I'm like trying to add them down to because like does not support, and I'm like, oh. It's mostly it doesn't support soft references. And I don't want to load hard references because I don't want to link Poppet to every single animation for every tarot card at all times. You know, like there's 22 tarot cards and 66 abilities. Do you really think I want to link her to all that at all times? No. Alrighty, you're gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna do with the wing pack here. I guess when you gain it, it's just always equipped. Is it? Or I can equip it when you jump. I can spawn it and equip it and then flap it and then get rid of it again. But that feels like it's really, really heavy to do that when I'm just gonna have it. Once she has equipped, she'll always have it. So it's possible I just set up a thing that equips it as soon as she gets that tarot card. Save a little performance. That might not be that necessary. We'll see. Anyway, let's test the hangman here, but I want to check the costs on it. Which one am I even using for this? I think it's going to be the Hangman 3 anyway. Because I'm not going to give you this ability first. One of the big problems is that the chariot and this will kind of tramp each other. So I have to get the hangman out first. Because it's the crappy version, essentially. Where you have way less control. It's not that crappy, to be honest. If the wings weren't so cool, I would probably, you know, almost want to keep the hangman as the de facto form of travel. I'm gonna have to limit it somehow, though. I'm pretty certain I want the third ability to involve some kind of launching yourself places. I'll have to think about it. I'm just gonna leave the cost as none for now. Because I'm probably gonna move it, in which case I'll have to switch the cost around. Everything will be dumb. I don't want to do that. Oh, I think I had it planned as the third thing. So maybe I just said as the third and call it square. But no. You had a grab. Why aren't you, the hell's going on? It's not connecting to something. The hell? Screwed that up. Well, screwed that up. Mistakes were made. It's not like a space missing or something. Weird spaces there or something. Did I just write it weird? No. Hmm. How'd I flub this? Sounds like a bad end. Hanged end. Hmm. It's not even doing the grapple check. Just a double check. Can you play through? Never mind. Oh. I mean, I can do a test for it if you want. I was just trying to figure out why this ability wasn't working right. Even though the ability is not like finalized or anything. I mean, that's me testing a broken ability for like 5 seconds. Does that count as a playthrough? Don't think that would count as a playthrough, but I can show you an actual there. Alright. Let me unload all this extra crap that I loaded up that was just to show off some things to someone. And I'll do a quick test run for you. Might as well break some stuff along the way, right? And see what happens. Oh, like this. This improves performance a bunch because these are data layers that have you only load them what you're actually using. So now it's not technically loaded. Okay. You set up for a playthrough, if you will. Set the lights how they're supposed to. Well, a play test, I guess, of a small portion. Alright. Start with the usual playtest room. So I should close up all the extra things so that it loads better. 1 sec, I'm gonna close this crap so it gets better performance. Alright. So anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as woman was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night and basically try to kill each other because of some curse on the building. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically like our MP. This is just me using her curse power. And if your sanity reaches 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. This is the insanity effect. You can know you're maybe not doing so hot. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity, but you gain no curse power. So you got to bounce between the two if you want to use your abilities and not die. So use tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. I'm beating this thing up. Hey, Mine. All kinds of things watching me. Weird stuff. What you doing, buddy? Friends were made. It's a magician. It's basically a telekinesis. Lets you pick up small objects and throw them. Later on, you even gain the ability to summon them. Temporary cubes that last a certain amount of time. They can be stacked to get to places. Also, you can manipulate objects in the environment, drawers, cupboards, doors, windows, you know, if they're unlocked, all these things. Light switches. Thingies, if you will. These are kind of on top of each other, aren't they? Fair enough. I just added an effect in to show you're gaining sanity back or you're gaining curse back. I might change the particle for it to be 100% honest, but just testing. Pretty much all the weapons can break stuff. I might switch that so that only like the big weapons can break things. It's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building. The curse is only on the building. If you leave the building, you'll die. But you can come out here and look at the city out here. Sanity's running out though, so don't stand there too long. So I have all the major arcana. I haven't made all of them yet, but this is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Has a great hat. Very important. I just like it. Don't question the hat. Or do. I mean, it's it. Can't if you want. Won't stop you. What you doing, buddy? Fires bubbles. The bubbles can capture enemies. You don't get to keep them or anything. They just get stuck in the bubbles and they'll eventually break out, but buys you time. Thanks, Beckhenra. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Normally you would run this way and everything like that, but I'm gonna go down and play in the balls just so you can see that the balls can be played with. Oh yeah, double jump. Yay, balls. Woo-hoo. That sounds terrible. I'll shoot them with Justice. Justice is a lot of fun. So far, Justice is actually just a pistol. Well, this is the double jump effect, too. For the chariot. Wings appear and she flies in the air. Running out of, currently Justice just has its little pistol shot in. Each of the tarot cards are getting 3 abilities. But not all of them are programmed in yet. There's going to be 66 total. You look at the tarot menu and you can see the ones with all the orbs that are filled in. Those are the ones I've already made. With the exception of the world, which is intentionally hidden. Because it's too overpowered and ruins tests. I shouldn't have double jump here, but I just have a thing to cheat and enable all the cards I currently have. Yeah, these are fun to shoot. Whoa, I clicked off the game. Just cause. No other reason. Armed with that key, I can open this door. That is not a magician. You all stay in there, losers. Here's the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby, so I just heal them because I'm a wonderful person like that. And the red ones deal damage to anything nearby. You can eat yourself, so be careful. Taking a beating here. Empress makes a questionable aggressive weapon. My testing so far. It's okay, but In most cases, it's not that great for running up and fighting. There's lots of ways to go. I'm just taking the right way. Also, Ducky Land! Yay! They're actually just here to get in the way. They are fun to hit, though. You can even pick them up and carry them if you want. Using the Magician. In case you want to keep the Ducky for a while. Don't know why you want to. You can throw the Ducky and hurt things, too. The Duckies are indestructible. They're fun weapons, though. Oops.
Why are you talking to me? Ether hums my name.
These things are blocking a painting. You can travel through the paintings to get to other places in the toy store. So I'm freeing the painting. To progress, you'll have to find all 4 of them in this area. I just showed you all 4 of them. If you have a really good memory for like when I release this game, like a year from now or so, you know the secret now, assuming I don't change it. I might change it. You never know. I wouldn't put it past me. Let's put it that way. Yeah, there are many people whose souls are stuffed into dolls. Many people are killing souls stuffed into dolls, and except for one of them are still got stuff in the paintings, and she lets you travel through them to the painting world. Which shows the game's map travel, basically. Also, you can rescue toys and put them in here in order to cause them to do things for you. They're all going to be weird 2D toys, though, because it's a painting world. I gotta make this character have some sort of thing that she does in here, but you'll talk to her, she'll unlock the... Well, she's not supposed to unlock the new area. I need to change this out, because she shouldn't unlock the... Okay, she doesn't anymore. Fair enough. Hey JG, how's it going? Check out my sweet wings. That's the new double jump. Pew. Yep. She flies. Still a bit finicky, but... And the last one with the chariot. Oh, there's now a particle for whenever you're gaining a particular stat back. I will probably change it. I'm not even sure I'll keep it, but that got added yesterday morning, I think. I don't know. It's just an option. Yep. I really like them. And they also look great with the devil. They just look like they fit. I'm like, woohoo! I'm evil now. I mean, they're still like, you know, steampunk wings. They're not like metal or anything, but well, I mean, they're not like fleshy wings, but they're kind of cool. Yeah, I need to block the safari room. The new method is to go into the waiting room. Yep, they're very exciting. The new people, the devil shoots fireballs. It also has the ability to reverse how the curse works, causing you to gain sanity in the darkness, but no curse, and gain curse in the light, but no sanity. Or you lose sanity instead. I gotta make tiny toys for this area. Tiny circus. Well, fine, be like that. This did not load. It's still a little finicky and weird on that. I don't know if I like that, but in the package test, this did not even happen once as a problem, so. An indicator for letting you know that you've opened a room by doing this. That was weird.
Why are you talking? Tears whisper my name. The steam lies through.
Unfortunately, changing it this way means that you would now have to go back up through here to get to the painting, to get to the next area, which is kind of awkward. I don't know if I like that or not. Also, going from that direction is pretty bad. Like, you can't really make this side jump very well at all. It is technically possible, but it's really hard, as you can see. It's actually easier to run the other way and jump straight. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to just double jump your way up. You wouldn't get that till the next chapter, but whatever. Gotta really limit when I get these traversals. Some of them are too broken. Some of them kind of feel like they just duplicate each other, so I don't know how I feel about that. Now it takes so much longer to get to Patrick. Jesus. And Patrick's going to need a huge amount of work, so he's actually, you know, cool, because he's got to be, you know, pretty cool for how long it takes to get to him. And then this will give you the safari room painting. There's definitely some issues with loading times and some of these things here, like loading this table. She often falls through this table, so I need to figure something about that, but... Also, I need to make it that these things don't die to the water, because sometimes they just spawn in and just insta-die to the water. And that's because they have a collision that's hitting it. And then you get a bunch of free crap because they're just killing themselves over and over, and that is problematic for certain. The insanity going in front of her now, it's actually way more obnoxious. Makes you want to get rid of it quickly, because it can get in the way. Pretty bad, for certain. You wouldn't normally have the ability to throw them at this point, so the correct way to do the puzzle is actually to not do that. You can grab it from other distances, though. You could try to grab it from up here. You can probably skip that step if you want. Kind of clippy on that a bit, but that's okay. It's hard not to trigger double jump because, you know, it's the same thing as the grab, but this is all possible to do without double jump. That was really finicky there for a second. Oh, I just did that so wrong. That key shouldn't even be there anymore. I'm gonna cheat. Don't mind me, I'm a double jump, which you shouldn't have. This lowers the water out there. So you gotta make it where it loads in more things so you can see it. Like anything you can see, it gets loaded in from there. But it stays loaded in with the control room. These are kind of finicky to jump through. I'm probably gonna need to fix that in the future. For the new people, she saves by jumping into a toy box. All the menu thingies work. And collectibles too. I haven't put information in for me yet for what they do, but it does show which ones you've gotten. So that's something. It's got a map, shows you where you've been. I haven't put walls for where like everything's at yet, but we'll get to it. Everyone's seen the tarot menu. All the options are here, except Gamma, which I never added. I should do that. Probably use some symbols for the buttons and everything, but I haven't done that yet, so whatever. I gotta remember, like, if I'm in the middle of grabbing, to not actually rotate myself, because you can cancel a grab. Which I'm not gonna take that out. I mean, if you want to cancel the grab, go ahead and cancel the grab. I ain't stopping you, you know? Like, that seems like a feature that you can cancel the grab at all, but I thought I fixed this bug, and yet here it is up there. There's a secret room, but you don't need it, so I'm gonna skip it. Just go up to getting the Empress. Wait, did I jump on the button in there? I don't know if I jumped on the button in there. That's the main reason for going in here. You need that key to get out of the room. I don't see the lights on it. It's got little lights that flip on. That's why I put them there, so you could see if the button was on or not. Very important. Yeah, things are dying because they're hitting the water, so I gotta fix that. That's a problem. Yeah, no, the FPS is way better. Like, so this is when the game is being streamed and with Unreal Engine running on top of it. So when you take that away, you get 60 to 70 FPS. It's pretty good. So I could do a package test, I guess. I gotta package it, and I think I'm doing that right now, but I could. Guess now getting the Empress is a much bigger affair. You just in the air, doing your thing. I gotta retime the portals better on those. They pop in better. Water's still lethal to pop it, don't jump through it. You won't like the result. Oh, I guess I had lowered the water already. Okay, did I? Well, normally water would kill Poppet, and this should have been lowered, but I think I... I guess the buttons don't show when the lights are on, like if we've done that. I guess I'll just cheat my way back over here real fast. You get the Emperor and it lets you swim through the water, but you don't have it right now, so... Yeah, it doesn't keep them on. Okay, that's good to know. Not much very good indicators if you leave the room and they come back. Yeah, you're gonna have to like fly through that. Obviously, you wouldn't have those, but yeah, normally you would get that and you'd have to jump your way back across these, and then this is the bug I'm trying to fix. The second time you open them, for some reason, they don't want to animate correctly. I don't know why. And sometimes the third time doesn't work right either, but then they'll start working again for whatever reason, so I don't know. But yeah, you're supposed to get the Empress and then work your way back through here. For those who don't know, the Empress's traversal abilities, it can grow and shrink plants. I can also learn to jump. Wow, I'm terrible at my own game. Technically, you could just kill yourself and you get back somewhere. This is not supposed to be hard, by the way. I do it all the time until today, where I suddenly cannot make this jump. These mushrooms emit light. You normally have to get all these abilities, like, so I wouldn't be able to cheat my way through things, but eh. I keep going back and forth on whether or not there should be an extra way out of here or not, like over here or something. There isn't at the moment. Might be kind of nice though. Having to go all the way back through this room kind of sucks. Though you might want to do it anyway because there's a save point here, so it's possible you would. It also refills your stats. I mean, it's not like a 0 or anything. I really like the double jump. The double jump portion works perfectly fine. It's just the animation graph is really weird for the other. So I need to tweak it so it's not stupid. Also, once you have access to that, you can get in some of the secret rooms. I mean, I skipped the pump room and over there as a secret. I don't dash enough. I definitely got to add more things sitting in these places so that they're just more interesting. The first time where you can actually see the weird thing up there easily. Yeah, those things just have way too big of a thing. It's mostly just I need to have them check their capsule being hit, and not any of their other little collision checks, which I really don't want them to, you know, trigger a kill on them. So I gotta add to my little shop here. I might change it up though to a different one. I'm not sure if I want this to be like, you know, campsite or more Halloween-y thing. I don't know, because I do have the whole circus-y thingies. I don't know. I definitely feel like I shortchanged that area a little bit. Duckies! There's like blood everywhere. They're just dying, I think. No, they're firing the little chickens. The chickens are mini models of the toy store. Hell yeah. I could have jumped on there, but I failed. Screw that up. Okay. Double jump messing me up here. It might be too annoying, the insanity effect. Like, it gets really bad now that it's directly in front of him, as opposed to just appearing off in the distance, so I'm still debating on if I like that better or not. I think it's more distracting for certain. That's not wrong, but it might just be a bit much. I'm just gonna cheat. I'm a terrible person, it's fine. Normally I'd be punished for all this because I wouldn't have all these cool abilities that I'm using, but I'm cheating, so it's fine. From here, you just need to get Patrick's key. It's still a little finicky with this loading. But in the package game, it seemed to work fine, so it might just be that it's just too many resource requirements. I don't know. It's hard to say. Battlelayers and I, we're still getting very acquainted. I need Patrick's key. He would go up there to get Temperance, but Patrick's key is all I really need right now. Oh, that's a hard jump. Not sure if I like that. All those railings are a little special. Normally that water would be lethal, so this would be way more dangerous than what I'm doing here, but whatever. There's a light right here. Oh no! Taking a beating. That insanity effect was rough. Pool's very great for melee. You could go back to the painting world and then go to the toy maze to get here, but you already have the key here, so you can technically also go through this door to get where you want to go. Normally you'd also have to go get heal, and there's a puzzle to get that too, but we're going to skip all that. I'm not getting all the extras. You have to look around and find all of them. There's so many of them hidden everywhere. Like in this room here, there's one up there. There's a key up there. You're actually supposed to go outside here to get up to it. This is the bouncy couch, though. They're just really fun. I just want to jump on it. But because it's a fake playthrough, I'm not really grabbing everything. Patrick still needs some work. He's fine. I think I made him too easy. He's really easy if you have abilities you're not supposed to have. He also needs particles and extra things to make him seem cool, so we're getting there. But he did a bunch of damage to me there, so it's not like he's the biggest pushover. It is possible to find heal up to this point. If you don't find it, he can be pretty hard, so that's the thing. He's got 5 health bars, so just because I've hurt him a bunch, you don't think that he's like dead or anything. He did do a lot of damage, so maybe he's not as hard, as bad as I think. Of course, I could also be a little more careful too, and that'd probably help. You start switching up attacks after he gets like 75% health and 50% health. Getting new attacks and some other ones as well. Summons and things to help him out. He should be more aggressive though. He's not as hard as he could be. Especially like, now that he's so far into the game. And currently he's like, for 31 minutes of the game, and I skipped a bunch of crap, including the first couple rooms. And I went the right way. But taking one person like at least an hour to get to figure out where he's at, because you have to take all these weird non-direct paths to get there. I honestly think the first test version will just be up to Patrick. Taking kind of a beating here. There's so much going up to Patrick at this point. Can almost be the full demo. We'll see. Oops. Which makes one wonder why I'm adding all these other abilities and they're not even going to be in the first chapter, but they were just kind of cool. I was like, wouldn't it be neat if I just had these? Technically, you would not have the ability to throw the cubes, so that's why I'm not using that. You could have Temperance up to this point, so technically I should be using Temperance, but... There you go. He died. I don't like that end particle thingy form at all. Secrets, secrets everywhere. Yeah, hopefully that shows the new people what's going on. And I'll probably end that test there because, well, there's honestly about like 4 hours of content if you know where to go. The second chapter needs a lot of work. It's like not the best content, but it's getting there. I'm working on it. I'll grab myself something to drink real fast though. I'll be right back. We'll come and look at the moon or something for a second. I'm right back. still cold in the rest of the house. It's so funny when I decided to do a bit of daytime streaming, it was much warmer and it got really hot in this room, and now that it's freezing, now I've decided to be up all night again. Seems like a bad plan when I was doing it that way, if you just want to look at it from a temperature perspective. Not the best choice, but that's okay, as you know. I still prefer to be up more at night, though. Now I kind of got to reverse my schedule back a little bit. I've been working on it. I am more likely to want to be up at night because I kind of get caught up in working on things and I just kind of stay awake. What was I working on? There's something wrong with these doors where they don't remember. I think the problem with this one is it's loaded in the whole time. I think it's like when you died, it did some weird thing. I'll think about it. I don't remember what the exact error was. Problematic for certain. Oh. That's because they're not checking, so they just need to check. So they could just have a bumper thingy on them, just like a collision that goes, hey, does she have this? Okay, open. True. It's open vision. This just completely stopped a play through, so maybe 1,000's probably okay. That's pretty huge though. Don't hide it. I guess it's not that huge. And then I make certain checks for if she's in the same room too. Oh yeah, I just broke that because I don't want that. Does this not have a room check? Does this check anywhere else further back there? It's not gonna trample, is it? Oh, it's for the dark. They're not portaling to other levels, so it's just a throwback from the other doors that I'm not going to use that anymore anyway, so. Oh no, whatever. I had to get that little plugin that lets me check and see how many people are really watching, because apparently Twitch is hiding viewers now. People like run this thing and it's like, oh, blah, 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 like 6 people are watching, but it's only showing like 2. Ever since they started messing with things, it's like the numbers are wrong. Mostly so Twitch doesn't have to pay for any of it, I assume. But ever since that thing there, everything's just like, it looks like no one's ever watching, and then people like talking, and it's like the numbers say there's like no one. It's like very weird. It's okay. I was gonna work on the game anyway. And the main reason for streaming is exactly that. Makes me work on it. Otherwise I get easily distracted. Yes, I do. Room info. I'm just sending a room info then, huh? It's okay. The plan here is if it hits Poppet, then it checks to see if she's in exactly the same room. If so, it runs the check to open the door. Which is a little better, I think. Like, maybe, kinda, sorta, I guess. Sure. I think that'll get the job done. Also, I'm just gonna do this. I can't stand when it's just all over the place. It really does behoove me to organize as much as I can, because, you know, if you don't, every time you come back, you're gonna go, but why? I'll keep this even though I don't use it. I don't, even event on interact, almost nothing here is useful except for the puzzle crap. But perhaps it'll be useful in the future, maybe? I don't know if that's true. As it is right now, it's a little awkward. And messy. I used to be very proud of my door events. Now I'm not as proud. They're fine, but honestly, I could code a lot of these so much better now that I just have better ideas of how things work. But well, the door's not that old, so it's not that bad. The playroom doors, at least the puzzle stuff's pretty new. Even though I constantly forget the puzzle stuff in general. I'm just gonna mark to look at it now because, well, I think I can set up a test that'll test this. in a meaningful way. I guess I could just spawn from back here. The painting world's a little bit closer. It's a lot closer, actually. Fine. So let's leave these doors open. I'll have to go by Charlotte. Well, I'll have to go by Charlotte either way. It doesn't really matter. This is a pretty big bug, for certain. Where's the library? I hate this, but I'll have to do it. Can I copy paste that onto a document real quick? Does that work? Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Copies it in a weird way. This is what it looks like when it copies it. But if that's what I can do to just input it into there. I mean, I don't really know what C++ code looks like all that well because I don't ever use it. But this isn't unlocked, right? I have to actually set that to unlock. Okay, so it's not unlocked until I... Why didn't I just unblock it? I'm dumb. Wait, diversion hill again? Welcome back. Shouldn't be blocked, but it is apparently. Returning a trip to McDonald's plus some. That's a diversion and a half. What's the outside world like? I don't understand. It gets weird to me. Why aren't you available? Like, she's spawning, but I can't teleport through? Is a portal? Let's just go ahead and do it the right way then. I'll just go to Poppet and unlock it that way. There's food. Let's see. Sounds like a vicious lie brought on by the man to keep all of us, you know, shut-ins down. I'm onto them. I'll trust them. Their pesky outside world. Gross. You're nicer than me. I'd be like, you want me to go where? That's like outside. That's gross. I don't want to do that. Icky outside world. Here. I don't know why I didn't just do it this way. I just could give her the damn item. It's so much easier to unlock it by that than trying to change the code on it so that it doesn't, that it acts as a portal without acting like, without being locked. It's rigged to check for one string. I had one string and it's fine. Derp. That load time. It's pretty bad. Hey Charlotte, how you doing? How you doing, girl? I hadn't seen you since the last time I seen you. Yippee-ki-yay! We're all mad here. You stay over there. I don't have the key. I can't close it. Oh no. I don't think I've seen this video. A piece of candy, huh? Just, it's like, oh, a piece of candy. Just eat it, I guess. I'm assuming that must be what it is. I mean, it's candy. What could possibly go wrong? Ah, yes, the bug with that is so obnoxious. Okay, I failed that in every way possible. Alright, so with this open, I have to kill myself intentionally. Because it used to be that it doesn't keep track of when you come back. So you have to hit him again and then hit the button like twice in order to fix it. And that sucks.
Your life is guided by an unseen hand, and that hand shakes randomly for no reason?
Poppet's kind of an asshole. Thought about making yours like, you know, why don't you just like does jokes at you the whole time? Or makes references. Or does a best viewers thing. Thank you, best viewers person. Of course. I realize the entire Twitch meta is that. Oh, now it's open. Disaster averted. My code was wise and powerful. As my code should always be. That was bored, except a laundry basket up to her, a stick, and Reese's Pieces, and something leading up to it. Then he films his daughter following the candy trail, picking up the pieces. One says, ooh, a piece of candy, ooh, a piece of candy. And she eventually springs a laundry basket trap. I think someone should do it like that, but with their actual, like, you know, regular girlfriend or significant other for some viral TikTok thing. Oldie but goodie. It's fair. Oh, the hangman's still messed up. I don't know why I marked this as in the playroom. It has nothing to do with the playroom. Many of these fixes I'm not sure I even want in the game. But I mean, it works, you know? The kids yearn for their cages. Let no one tell you different. It's like the mines. The kids yearn for the mines too. Minecraft has proved this. Yes. Yes. There's so many things that need to be added. I mean, hey. That's what the internet is, right? If you're not stealing it, what are you even doing it, right? Memes must be free. Free to roam the internet. The wilds of the internet. Like some sort of demented humor virus, if you will. Yes. Until they inevitably die because they're no longer funny. Let me make sure this door doesn't just randomly open normally. But since I didn't hit the button, I shouldn't. It's just checking the array to see if it's... Poppet has all the things in it, and if it does, the door opens, and if it doesn't, the door does not open. Yep. Disaster averted. I probably should make it so that the top part loads too. Whoa. That would be what we were in the business call an affirmative. Okay, there's an argument here of if I'm gonna load them the whole time anyways, why in the world are there two separate ones? Hmm. And then the other question, do I need to load both, or what I really need to do is probably actually just load the front part there. Because I don't want her to fall. These things should all be in here so that she can't get out in here. Technically, she could get down this way. So here's my problem with this button. I want it someplace that a person could hit it, because the reality of the thing is this is a room for essentially small children to wander around. And this is the size of a normal human door. So you can see, like, you know, a normal adult-sized door. So you can see these are like tall, like small for kids to wander around and push buttons and open. So an adult could just walk by and push this button to open this door, or climb up on top and just go through. It can't be on the wall. Well, I mean, I guess it could be on the wall. I don't know, how would that even affect it if I put on the wall? Like, it wouldn't really show her animated pushing. Like right now it works because she's just standing on it and it looks like she's pushing it. But if she just slammed it like when it was on a wall, I don't think that would look that good. I also like jumping on top of things. My concern is that Charlotte could sneak through here and get out into the area, which I don't want. This whole top area needs a serious redesign though. Either way, this also needs to be added to Playroom 1, because you can add it to more than one data layer. And then now, even if that's loaded, it still loads the other one. And that should lock Charlotte in there, and it prevents you from seeing all that crap. So technically, as long as I do that, it's probably fine. These I should probably convert over. Like, everything here needs to be reworked on. This whole room is just a joke. Well, I'm really starting to think that I should actually just be focusing on everything up to Patrick. Because getting everything up to Patrick, the full like thing like that, when I did the last test, took like, and the without cheating, it took like 52 minutes. That's a long time. That's a lot of content to test. And that was getting everything. If you just ran straight to him and didn't get everything, well, okay. Like, he can be beaten with just the Fool. It's not easy. He kills you in like 4 to 5 hits, though. It'll probably be a lot harder too by the time we get that. But technically, you could just beat him with the Fool. You still have to get the Magician and the First Empress ability to get there. Like, you can't not get the Empress. At least I don't think you can get away with that, because you got to get his key. And I don't believe you can just jump your way to that without getting the Empress. Especially now that I blocked one of the cheater ways where you're able to, originally you could jump from this bridge over and try to land where Patrick's key was, but now with this, like, this above it. Maybe that's what I should do. Just make the first playtest version up to Patrick. It's so long now. Instead of worrying all the way about it to, I mean, don't get me wrong, all the way up to Vu is practically already there in its own right, but there's rooms I want to improve. But instead I could just focus on the toy maze more and maybe tweak the waiting room so it's a little less crap, even with the control room. Finish up the campsite. Or change it outright to something a little different as far as what's in it. But either way, I gotta make toys for it. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I do want something people can play that's really good. For testing purposes. Because I think the sooner I get people testing things, the sooner I can get more wish lists for it. Because I found that like posting on social media doesn't do a lot. But to be fair, I don't post enough on it, and I probably should just be posting the same video over and over and over. Just every screenshot Saturday or whatever, just linking the same video. And just have like a really good video or something. Or just something that has a bunch of things going on in it. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe I do that. Anyway. I'll think about it. I'm probably keeping this. I duplicated all these a bunch of times, and then I realized I hadn't turned them into any kind of anything. I just left them as like splines. But I don't know if I want that. So there's a question here of, do I want to make this top area a lot like the bottom area in that it's just a weird maze to go through? And you unlock all the things like that? Or do I want to have it set up where it's individual sections here? And then you just get to each thing from there. I'm not gonna lie, this current setup kind of blows. This upper one, it's not like this bottom one is more interesting by far. Because it's just all over the place. It forces you to run around through a lot of strange things. In general, it's just better. So I could split this into quadrants. Like have 3 doors at the start. But here's the problem. Why would it be set up like that? You're entering from a vent. Like here it's set up because you're entering from the door, and it makes complete sense that it would be set up like this. Here you're entering from a vent. Why would it be set up like that? That makes 0 sense. It would be set up from here. The entrance from this one. This would be where there'd be 3 doors. Or more to go through. That is true. Well, let's tweak it, right? I mean, this thing is very much, you know, up in the air for what it's doing, so I can play around with it some. You like my nice safe way here where they can just fall to, you know, fall down? Remember, this is for kids that are kind of small, so this would be a drop for them if that door is, you know, a door they could use. I've already come to the conclusion this is the least safe building in the world. Like, it is just horribly unsafe. But to be fair, if you've ever looked at what was deemed children's playgrounds, you know, in like the 20s, they're yeah. Safety is not a concern. For certain. In fact, they looked a lot like military training grounds. It was crazy. I was like, wow. This is just wow. So what if I have like 3 things going here? I can still work this as a central area. I could be a complete dick and have it where, oops, don't do that. Where you hit a button over here to unlock the door, and then you come back through the little maze to reach this and then go up. I don't really like that as much. I like going through the vent to get into this. It's more interesting. The other way doesn't make you feel tiny. I want you to feel tiny. Like if at any point I can make you feel small, feel as though I've designed the game correctly. With the exception of the tiny area where I really want you to feel giant briefly just because it's entertaining to do that to the player. So screw with their senses a little bit and go, hey, wait a minute. This will also make it so that Charlotte can't go to this first area, right? Because I don't want her in that spot. Oh, clicking on this, not that. And I think that that is probably a good call. I also just like this maze setup more. This will just act more like the central section is, where it's just kind of a thoroughfare. You'll probably find your way into one and then have 2 ways to go out. Or something. But yeah. Anyway, I think what I'm going to end up doing is the first playtest of this game will probably be up to Patrick. And then the demo will likely be chapter 1. That's my guess, is how things are going to pan out with that. She can't get through this, right? Just a quick double check. Things seem much like larger until Poppet's standing next to them, and then they do not seem large. Yeah, she can't get through that. She can run over here, though. Am I okay with this? These need to be loaded into the both floors, too, if that's the case. So I think the correct... Well, I want them visible. So in theory, all 3 of these should actually load in both. Just like these should load in both, I guess. Assuming I'm keeping them. I don't like this one. This one is through a wall. So it probably shouldn't be there. To be honest, I don't think any of them should be there. There used to be a really difficult to get to platform over here, and that's why they're still here. But overall, they're kind of seeming less important. Like, I guess I could use them as ways to hold stuff up. Like, there isn't a lot of supports yet, and I need to add those in. I guess those are kind of the supports. Sometimes this goes clean through. But I don't know if I want these ones literally right here, because they don't support anything. I think the answer is I don't. But I might use them as holders on the sides here. I'm going to put them over here. There's a certain level of realism that I'm looking for in that I don't want to completely negate physics. Like, you know, if something looks like it wouldn't work physics-wise, I mean, some things I am going to obviously not worry about reality because, you know, dolls fighting to the death, obviously not real. But in the case of this other stuff, where it would, something just levitating in thin air, I don't want that. That's just makes no sense. That should not be how it works at all. So. Why didn't I copy all these things up to here instead of making brand new ones that were not good? Whatever. I guess I don't need this special K-door when I have the other K-door. So I'm probably going to divide it into a subsection here, and a subsection here. And And then put holes in it to make those work a little better. And then there won't be any door in this area up there. It'll just be you trying to figure out the way to get through the J door here. So I think this door will actually just get moved over. I'm just going to delete this one because I already have the code in for this one, so I might as well just recycle this door. By recycle, I mean just use the door that was already there. I guess I could just change the info too, but I think it's easier to move it than it is to change it. It's not like it's hard to change it, but... it's probably more effort. Probably. I think it's going to be way better than the other way. I think I'm going to completely lock down this one. So am I going to keep this? I don't think I'm keeping this one, even though I went to all the trouble to make it solid. I could keep it. Oh, this is with the lights on. Oh, I know why. Because there's a special darkness in here. Like actual cloud things that create darkness. Because, you know, the room should be a little darker wherever Charlotte's involved, I would assume. Hmm. 89 wish lists on the game at the moment. Man, I gotta start advertising now. I want to get to that 100 so bad. Just so I can put that I have 100 wish lists. It'd be sweet. I mean, 10,000 is the goal, otherwise the game is basically a failure, but I have ways to go, so 10,000 is not like it's impossible to reach or anything. But I'm just thinking to myself going, you know, if I did the math on it, if I want to make like a passable wage for over a 3-year game, I need 10,000 wish lists. Assuming half the people on the wish list buy. I think that's a fair assumption. If at least half the people who wish listed aren't buying, then you were getting wish lists that weren't very valuable. Obviously, if you get it better than that, then congratulations, that's amazing, but I'm more of a glasses half empty kind of guy when it comes to how many I think are gonna get, you know, how many wish lists will convert. Yeah, we'll probably build like this, and then this one here. I'm just gonna delete those. This just doesn't need to be. I could create a door back through it, I guess. Also, I want to create a hole here so you can jump through. This was another problem that I didn't like. Like I made this, but it's like, but you can't jump down, so you have to literally go back out and around to get down. Which, I guess to be fair, makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't want kids just falling off. It's not like they're content creators, you know, you don't want them falling off. Also, they would land on this very soft fencing here. So maybe I do want to keep this here. It's annoying for the player, but there's been a bunch of things I put in the game that were annoying for the player, but that made the place seem real. Or like how people would use it. Not everything is very realistic, but yeah. Let's say I grab another one of these doors. I'm just gonna label these doors later, but could be another nexus point too. I was watching Markiplier play Silent Hill F, and I was seeing the way people, what kind of games people were putting up with. First off, Silent Hill F looks boring as hell. Holy crap. I have no idea how Markiplier is playing it. He makes it more entertaining because his editors are great, but it's got silly repetitive combat, puzzles that are actually, the puzzles are surprisingly pretty good for what they are. Usually puzzle games, horror games have really weak puzzles, but he put the puzzles on hard, and sometimes they seem kind of convoluted, but it showed me what people were like really willing to put up with, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. Here I'm worrying if something might be too difficult. People, I'm like, you're putting up with some of this crap. To be fair, Metroidvania people and horror people aren't the same. Horror people will take whatever you give them and they'll say thank you. Most horror games are real trash. Metroidvania players don't quite do that too much, I think. To my knowledge, they don't do that. I've seen, well, some of the things that pass for horror games, I mean, to be fair, most of the time I watch Markiplier play, he'll have his, like, you know, horror games number whatever, and it'll literally just be like 3 things he must have found off itch.io, and they are just, they look like someone's game jam game. And I'm like, if people are willing to accept this as a complete gameplay experience, you're making the wrong thing. Yes. But I did see some ways that the player was being told where to go that I liked when I was watching him play the Silent Hill thing. Not just the whole, I can't believe people would put up with most of what's in this game, but like having a main quest line where I literally just like have an indicator thing saying your next objective, and I don't have to tell you how to do the objective. I'm not gonna, you know, put a giant indicator like on the, like a HUD up here showing walk this way. No. You'll get things like unlock the painting in the toy maze. Okay. After a dialogue with Tinka, you know, just things like that. So like every single time that game had a, this is the next step in the story. And I realized as long as I had that, like some indicator somewhere where the next step was, I could be a complete jerk about what that next step was, because at least you had some idea. Because what I learned from designing the second chapter was how to make things more convoluted intentionally so that they were more interesting. Whereas the first time I built, like when I first built the first chapter, it wasn't convoluted enough. Like there were a lot of points that were like each room had not necessarily an easy solution, like an obvious solution, but the order of the rooms was pretty obvious. There was less backtracking and things like that, so I'm going through and fixing that as much as I can. But I was thinking that maybe I do actually have quests in general, but it'll just be indicators of things you're supposed to get. Or maybe I don't bother to include that, but I'm probably going to have a main quest indicator no matter what happens. I think that's something that needs to exist. I want the area you jump down to be safe. Do I want it to be safe? That's a question. You jump down. You could jump back. Can you jump back? I don't know. Can you jump that high? That was a nice pop. Just like chest and neck popped at the same time. Good times. Now you would not be able to jump back. See, once you jump down, you're pretty much SOL. Okay. That means wherever I put Charlotte needs to be somewhat farther away. I do want to have the player start in a safe area to figure out where things are at. But I can also still design this with 3 different pathways too. Let's say I do that as well. Like I split it into multiple quadrants here as well and just play with it. Because as long as I don't have the 3 quadrants back here as the only option, it can be it's not weird that the kids would have another section over here. There's just more than one. And that makes a lot more sense, but otherwise it's like, why is this like this? This is weird. I don't understand. But if each has quadrants... I only need one over there. So potentially this one should be turned this way. Yeah, what had me looking at like Markiplier playing that was that there's some horror elements in this. And everything I've seen of horror games is largely that their puzzles are really stupid, simple, and they rely mostly upon the fact you're being chased by an unstoppable killer. You have a time limit imposed on you in order to make the puzzles more engaging. But I want to see, you know, various ways to set up creepy things, essentially, because it's not a horror game. It's never going to be a horror game. This is definitely not intended to be a horror game, but having some things that are a little off, it's kind of fun too. This is a little too open. I think I'm gonna make that intentionally open over there to a point. Yeah, I've been watching him play it as I mostly eat food in the morning. And, yeah. It's definitely a thing. I'll say that much. It's definitely a thing. That guy covers like 10 enemies in the game. It's so funny to watch, like going, almost every enemy in that game looks exactly the same, except for they have more corruption on them later. I'm like, man, I'm doing this wrong. There's more than, you know, there's already like 25 some odd enemies in this game as is. Guess I should have just put corruption on them and added less, huh? So true. Could have been a contender. Could have had less. God, this feels like it should have something over here in this corner. Well, there's the... I could just do this and block it off. And then I just have some sort of other thing here. Optionally, I could turn this door sideways and have it exit out this way, which gives more space for this door. And I think I like that idea. And then this section can just be over here. Weird things to go through. I should probably make a third base camp, essentially. That's what we treat these little base camps, right? This way, you know, I have places you're trying to reach. Or even a room that has like a crystal ball or something, and then just have... There's so much less space to work with here. Well, I don't think I'm gonna have a door here. Like I say, I kind of want it to be quadrant based, so basically I'll probably drag a thing here and block them all off as quadrants first, and then have holes between them, I guess? That's kind of what I did here. Of course, here just has a central section, and then little offshoot sides to play with. Not all of them have doors either. Some have these things, but these don't really do anything. They used to be a thing to jump on, but now they don't have any use for it, so... I think this is more exciting than a Hierophant puzzle. Goodness knows, you're only going to fight Charlotte like 5 times in the game, so... Well, play games with her mostly. I gotta take all the advantage out of her as I can here, you know, I gotta use her as much as possible. Actually, it might just be 4 times you encounter her in the game, to be honest. As far as a boss fight. Yeah, really, it should only be 1 per chapter, so... No, actually there's 5, my bad. I have to design it so that you can escape. Because if Charlotte has you cornered, it's just over, and she should be able to corner you, but she shouldn't be able to just corner you everywhere. Like, she should be able to corner you in some locations, you know, like, so you have a chance. It's possible this might be too many, but... I think I will have a room that's just for the crystal ball over here. Really shows me how long it took to design the other room. Actually, I'll just put this in here and the crystal ball so you have a double reason to get to it. No jumping puzzles in here. Each section should have a safe zone, I assume. I was gonna put crap all over the walls. I haven't done that yet. I'll get to it. Thought the YouTube streamer dropped for a second there. Nope. So I could get rid of this and then just have this go over here to that. Might not be a bad idea. Now figure out something to do with all these. I think I'm just going to work on this one. 'Cause, 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 So I can just ram this into here to create essentially a section here to play in. Well, that's probably enough of an area to deal with Charlotte, I guess. Need stuff to duck around, basically. I'm just gonna grab some random things and move them over and figure out what to do with it later. I just know the quadrants sucked. I mean, like having the 1, 2, 3 as what you had to go through. That doesn't feel suitably maze-like, which makes me unhappy. Only problem is you'll run in here and have no way past her necessarily, but to be fair, you can always just run through a different door too. So let's say I do this, and then I grab a door over here. There can be a door into each of the areas between, so you don't have to question all your life decisions if you're stuck in an area. I think my spacing of boss fights in this is actually really bad. It just worked out like that. Because it's basically one room like this, and then you go fight Vu, so we literally you don't have much time before you're just instantly in the next area. Also, I don't know if I like these lights up here, because you can't really see them. And if you can't see a light, then it's not very good, because, you know, the player doesn't typically look up very often. So it's kind of a poor indicator for Poppet if she doesn't have that. But I don't know if I want a lot of lights. I guess to be fair, the switches here emit lights, so I don't actually need these lights above at all if I just put switches conveniently so she can just stand by a switch that's on. Obviously, if the switch is off, it doesn't emit any kind of light. That is true. Indeed. So let's say I do this kind of setup here over. Let's say I don't do whatever I was just doing there, instead move this over here. Just moving things down, huh? Just really like moving them down, I guess. And probably just ram it directly to it and use it as a setup like that. It's possible that's too many sections. Though, to be fair, one could just be a connector to all of them as opposed to anything else. That is true. It's no different than the other concept, really. Yeah, let's just start ramming them together in a way that makes it easier to figure it out. Obviously, I'll code all the doors and everything, or the buttons in a second. You have to find another device to activate things too. I kind of wanted something that wasn't relying on the magician to activate, so that's why the buttons exist. I mean, I could probably create a lever or something that Papa could get. I don't really have an animation to ever jump on it and pull things, and I really don't want to make animations like that if I can avoid it. Because I don't have an animation studio, you know. It's going to be a lot of extra work to make those, so I would prefer not to. I don't think there should be two ways into there from here. That's true. So yeah, that's usually I err on the side of things that are easiest to make real. I have a lot of mechanics to make, a lot of things to make. I do suspect that the game will get much shorter by the end of it as far as physical space it takes up, because each area is getting progressively longer as I keep adding more stuff. So at some point, the game's going to be really long, and I don't know if I need all 4 chapters and what was like 7 levels of the building to keep you busy. We'll see as the later chapters come along what happens. And chapters is kind of an arbitrary thing anyway. It used to just be representing where each map was and like a major story change. Mostly it was just beating one of the major bosses. Actually, there used to be 5 chapters. Actually, there used to be 6 chapters, but I realized that there wasn't enough story beats in certain chapters to even merit their existence, other than you just beat some boss. But why? I mean, I know there's 5 major victims that you're supposed to go take out, you know, or you'll come into contact with, but there wasn't much point. The whole thing just was very pointless. So I didn't like that. This one doesn't have to connect to any other one. It can just be as it is. Maybe. We're just seeing how much time I've added to the first chapter by just adding so much crap in. I don't have to have a lot of these mini bosses either. I can also just, you know, add more bosses in too, for that matter. I've kind of wondered about that though. It's like, how many chapters am I really needing here to get this job done? Especially when I was going through and writing all the story beats. I was like, there's not a huge story in this game. Like, it was never intended to be this ridiculously long narrative. I know I came from the RPG Maker community, but hear me out. It doesn't need to be like that. It's kind of the famous thing in the RPG community is everyone's story is this ludicrously long thing where they end up fighting God at the end or something. To be fair, that's like every JRPG. I mean, even Expedition 33 really didn't get past that, you know? It's just like, you know, this is just basically what RPGs are about now. You fight God, the creator of your world, basically every time. Might be an evil god, whatever. Some evil god trying to do whatever. It's one of the two. But nope, this is small ball. You're inside this toy store. Everything happens in the toy store. Most of the toys are crazy, so you're not going to have a big conversation with most of them. I guess you could try. Don't think it would accomplish much, but you could try. So you got like a little way here, kind of a medium way here, and then a much bigger one here. Is that what I want? Or do I want to space this a little more? In reality, this door could be farther forward too. I actually realized, weirdly enough, the first chapter doesn't have a great deal of story in it. She's kind of just trying to figure out what's even going on. She's kind of wandering around, but it's like, there aren't many points where you would even talk to anybody. Only Tinka would be around to talk to, and then, you know, Charlotte doesn't talk. Do you know how much that ruins a horror enemy if they talk to you? Other than, like, say your name creepily or something. Like, imagine if, like, you're being chased by Jason or something like that, and he stops to have a long conversation with you. really loses something at that point, right? Can't be the only one who's like, the moment's a little lost there, buddy. Like, I was feeling it, and now I'm just not. Sorry. I'm just not. Maybe next time. I'm just debating on how big these need to truly be. I guess I should cram some crap in here and see how it would look with crap in there to run around. Probably basically needs like 1 or 2 spawn points in every area, preferably 2, at least. And that's how you kind of deal with the player trying to get places. And then just things in the way so the player can, Looney Tunes around it, essentially. Where they're chasing after him. But yeah, as far as story was going, I was realizing I need to add some things in because there isn't a lot of explanation. The story is like, there's major story beats, but a lot of more it's near the end of the game. Because you haven't really encountered anyone to talk to. In the first chapter, like near the very end, you encounter Oliver. I don't believe I'm going to have any of the bosses specifically talk. They're crazy, so I don't know why they would say much. They might say something, but I don't know how much information would be involved with it. If I move this over, maybe it would play a little better. Give you a lot more space to move around in. I don't want the safe areas to take up that much space. This has a safe zone downstairs, so there's no need to have another one up here. One you can easily jump to if you hit that button. If you don't hit that button... I mean, it's weird. I actually have the end story planned the best, and the intro story planned passably well. And then there's like certain, like the third chapter is fairly planned out for story, but not very planned out for locations. Second chapter is somewhat planned out for story, but really planned out for locations. The first chapter is poorly planned out for story on average, but is almost completely nailed down for where everything is going to be. To be fair, though, once I get to the later chapters, I might need to make changes too. That happened in the first chapter, which is why the story isn't very nailed down. It used to be the story was very nailed down in general. Then I made all these changes, such as adding the darkness and sanity mechanic type of thing going on, where that was not in the initial game. And now it's like, okay, well, I guess I gotta explain that too. Saving toys was even in the RPG Maker one, so I feel weird taking that out if I ever take it out. That just... But I also realized most of the toys were... It's expensive to buy things. Like characters. I don't want to buy a bunch of characters, so that's why we're going to the 2D route. Like, it ain't free to buy characters, yo. It's not free in time to make them either. But 2D characters... Ah, with renders? I mean, I've got so many assets and DAS that I already have the rights to use renders of. So many. So many. Might turn this. So I'll just take some pictures of those and animate them that way, and just like I was originally doing when I was first making this project. Disaster will be averted. For sure. I think this is probably better. Is it? I'm tempted to pull this back. Because hear me out, Poppet can get through this little area to hit that button. But a kid wouldn't be able to get through the area. Like I said, I don't want the kids falling to their doom or anything. That's weird. I almost want something Poppet can sneak through. I guess I could deliberately have a thing that is big enough for her to get through as far as in the fence. Like, it could actually just have a hole she could get through. Like, just intentionally left large. It's true. To make that a reality, I hate that this thing is like one that's got the indicator like a mile away from it. Tempted to grab a different one that's already less garbage. I delete spline points so they end up all over the place. Like, I could stretch this a bit if I want to do that. I don't think she can get through that. I think it needs to be a little wider than that if I'm going to do that. I'd rather play her paranoidly looking for holes through this after this. Oh yeah, there ain't no way. I could just leave a bunch of space off to the side and not have this thing blocking completely there. And they could just run over there that way. It's probably less interesting than a hole in the wall. It's not wrong. But it's kind of weird to have a double up there, so I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it would have to be like this if I'm gonna do that, and like all the way over here. And then the player could get through it if I wanted. No, it's gonna have to be like really this big. Then it's gonna look kind of weird and stretched. I don't know how I feel about that. Make a duck through the... you should be able to get through. That's weird. Yeah, I get that you hate splines. I know you, Unreal Engine. I know you hate splines. I mean, this is an option. I'm tempted to make little mouse holes for her to go through, essentially. Like, she should be able to get through that, but the collision's so bad that it doesn't quite get through that, so it's probably not very good. What kind of a mouse hole would I have that matches? Unless I just wanted tiny little versions of these to her to go through, but why would those exist? I think is my question. Like, one big problem I have is that Charlotte is so big that I have to be wary about her getting caught on things, so that's going to be an issue as well. And she's crawling around too, which is obnoxious because it makes your collision much bigger. If she were just, you know, walking around, it wouldn't be so bad. I mean, the other option is to simply make it where this is far enough forward. Like, I could just get rid of this one. Oops. And have a hole through it to run over and hit it. It's kind of like a cop-out. But to be fair, that does make you feel tiny. So I don't hate that. Well, presumably there'd be a wall to stop you from getting too far over. This is too far over. Like, this seems like they'd want you to crawl over there for no apparent reason, like as a kid or something. And I don't want that. So maybe if I moved it over a bit, so it's like this. And then Poppet has the option to go walk over that way. She might notice. Player might notice, I guess. Poppet's a, you know, character in the game. She probably won't notice, but maybe. You can still get hit by her through the walls, though. I don't like that. I haven't found a good way to stop that. Like, I even gave her a bigger collision. She can still hit the player. If the collision's too close, then it's she can't ever hit the player. It's almost comedic how easy it is to dodge her. I was kind of hoping for that to be a safe grab, though. I mean, by that standard, I could do this and make it more like this. Block her out completely of this area. I mean, at that point, I could actually just remove this barrier entirely. I mean, technically, they could fall. You're not wrong. But I guess to be fair, you'd probably also want the kids to be able to reach the door down too. Right? So... That's not wrong. I'm loath to waste this much space on an entryway. It's really that simple. I really don't want to waste this much space on this because it's a null area. Like there's nothing to do in it. Hmm. Well, if I'm not going to block it, then this can be much farther back, right? Like the problem before was that I was, you know, this really wasn't blocking, but now this is blocking. I can hide something right there, so it's probably not even that bad to have a block like this. In fact, I probably want to cram it against this just because, well, not many other options, honestly. But this still feels like a really big area. I can hide a button there, so it's not like a terrible thing. There's a button here that's obvious, so you can go up and down. I won't hide that. I'll just let him have that. Well, this area was pretty big too. But again, you already have a safe zone down there, so I don't really think you need anything there. I don't know what I'm putting this area up. Unless I pull all the doors back. Hmm. We could. You really want as much area as possible to play in. Hey, Sharky boy. I mean, did I hand make every asset myself? No. I made some of the assets myself. Other stuff, not so much. I think I'm going to put this here, and then put that there, and then... I'm building a maze here to decide what's, It's kind of like a maze. It's like a button maze. Where you go through doors that are opened by buttons. Just like the one just below it. But I can show you the game if you're interested. And this is a later room against a Ghost Girl boss, but there's quite a bit of game. Multiple hours of gameplay. Yes. If you want to see him. I think this will be enough space there. This I don't like very much. I don't want to put this too early. I guess presumably you'll pop out of the vent. Have these doors to go through. And I guess I'm sending you through K first. Actually, it wouldn't be that then, because I think I was the last one down here, so we're actually on J as the next one. I was doing an order, yeah. So I was down there, so J would actually be the next door. I could send you to the center and send you back to the side. Or maybe that's better. Just make it more interesting, because if I pick a side and go from it, that just feels less interesting, I guess. I could send you here, and then from here you have access to maybe a door out there. Maybe I send you this way last. I mean, because the end key you want is over here. But I've made this one so much bigger than the others that it feels like I should change it up a little bit, make it less big. Oops. The more maze-like, the better. Presumably. I'm just going to recycle what's already here and adjust as I see fit later after testing. I don't want two of these down the same path, but this doesn't have to be that. But I think I want this door L1 control to be somewhere else. Maybe I do that. Maybe I send you first down this, I make this one that. But I kind of wanted to also read that. Well, I guess they don't have to open in the same order. I mean, this could be JK and L right here. I'll have to change the L door over there. Can click door? Thank you. I just need a button and I don't care which one it is, so let's grab one. Just to be fair, this one will do. I want to give you more than one choice though. I don't want to just give you one choice, that's boring. So we'll give you K and J just to play with, I suppose. Or actually... well, this is obviously the final area of the thing. So this will be the biggest and the hardest, I would assume. And to be fair, I don't have to be very fair. Well, fair. I don't have to be very fair with the player here. We're reaching the end of the encounter by this point, so we've already been through all the crap down here, so I get to be, I'm assuming, a great deal meaner up here. Am I just doing the full alphabet? We're just gonna run them all, huh? Probably not. That's a lot more doors to go. M-N-O... E. Yeah, we're only at Q at that point. This could be door Q. And then maybe that's R. Yeah, we're not quite there. I'm almost to the end of the alphabet here, so I'm just saying, like... if I just make you go through one door for every letter, that's... I mean, I'm okay with being a dick like that. I don't... But I just don't know if there's enough space. Doesn't feel like there is. It feels like I'm gonna be run out quite a bit unless I just want to make it a pure door game. But I want you to be chased after by Charlotte, so I can't have it be entirely about that. And areas like this are almost too small, so potentially I'm not sure I even want an area like this. It's possible I just put a button over here and a thing like this and just say, yep, you went this way. That's a problem for you. I guess not everything has to interconnect, though it is more fun if they do interconnect. They might be a little small. This is probably a doable size. These are obviously safe zones. This is obviously a safe zone once you get to the end. Oh, it does not need to be that big. To be 100% fair. Okay, you see, I don't want this, I want that. And this safe zone is purely because Charlotte will be able to lock you in if that safe zone doesn't exist. In a perfect world, I'd be able to have like a door here that drops down, but the problem with that is why would there be a door that drops down? That seems horribly unsafe for children. Alright, so J and K, and I guess this is now L. Oh. Wait, do I not have a tag? Wait, what? Why you don't have tag? Weird. So let's say I have you go this way into that. I give you access to these two. This one here can have an access into there. This one, unlikely to have an access into there. This one. They're checking for the tags, so that's how they know which one's which. I get the sneaking suspicion that I had not clicked on this door somehow. No, I did. Sure. This was Sam, sure. Kind of annoying to have to redo all these, but you know. The previous method was, well, the previous layout was real bad. Hopefully this one is less trash. Of course, I think I did like 4 or 5 tries on the first version. Or the first floor to get it to where I like it. Where it's at least interesting. Don't get me wrong, it's not like insanely hard. You're basically just running through a maze while being chased by an unstoppable killer ghost girl, that's all. You know, as you do. It's normal. These are on the second floor. Perfect, perfect. Alright, so presumably you need to wade through all these. So you could just run around this door, like it's not even close enough to the wall to stop the player from getting in. Gotta fix that. I'm half tempted to remove this door entirely and just turn it into a big area. Maybe put the door over here. I like that idea already. You have to move these wooden blocks so that they're not stopping the door, but whatever. Just gives you more area to play in. Because otherwise, it seems like it'd be kind of hard to dodge her. No messages missed, fair enough. Should probably just combat or something at some point. Well, I mean, start working on Patrick more or something. I don't want this in a state where it can't be beaten. So if I make, as long as it can be gotten through, it doesn't have to be perfect at this point. It just needs to be able to be gotten through. And right now, there's doors that cannot be opened, so that's terrible. Basically, throughout this whole place, I need to hide 3 buttons that open this door. Now, it's not going to be L anymore, obviously. Oops. To-do list is in the way. I've been out for 4 hours. Just playing around with this stuff's been exciting to me, apparently. Alright, well, I need buttons for everything, so let's say the pattern is I'm giving you J and K to play with to start with, and we're leaving L. Where's L at? Maybe in the third area, actually. There's already an L anywhere around here, but I want to have an extra. I guess there's already an L, so I want to say these is something else as well. So we'll make this like L1 here. M and O. So if you want to get into L, it's back this way. I could name this one like the victory door or something like that too. Or the end door. So this way, no matter what letter it is, well, it doesn't matter how many letters I have, it'll always be available. So I don't have to keep changing it if I make changes. I guess the final door doesn't have to actually be the final letter. Sure. I copy paste this over and over to type it 5 times, otherwise it's weird. Mistakes were actually 6 times, no, 5 times. Mistakes were made. Technically, I could make the text on this better. I get out the playroom door thingy like that. Does it need to say 1 on there? It seems weird. Like, I don't know why it says 1 when there's only 1 door thing for it, so. Well, the name of item needs to stay. I mean, it's just the text, doesn't have to stay. No point. Honestly, I should just change this because I only changed like 2 things. That seems much better than changing every little thing under the sun. I can move these around so that they're available for other doors, though. It's true. Oh, actually, I would prefer to make the keys for the final door, or the buttons for the final door, hard to get to. The tags are not specific. Sure. No, don't cut it. Just don't want to copy. Thank you. So one there, and then the final one, well, I'll have like one in somewhere in this general vicinity, I guess. And one hidden amongst here, I suppose. There's already one there. I guess one in each quadrant make the most sense. This one kind of sucks. That's okay. They can get moved around later. This doesn't have to. This is not the end all be all of where it's going to be. Probably. Might be, actually. You never know. I need ones for all these. I guess instead of giving me the L control, I can put L here, and I can just put O over here, and then make you go find O, which I think is probably more interesting than finding L. Because O sends you somewhere new, and then sends you backtracking, so L would just be kind of a continuation of, oh, you've already gone this way, so here's the rest of the way you gotta go. Well, I'm not gonna keep that one anyway, but... I put a door L down there somewhere. Did I didn't have a door L1? L2 wasn't it, but... What's actually right here? I'm not sure where I'm going to hide this yet. I'm also going to have to put Charlotte spawners in each of these corners. If that's the case, I'm going to probably put this button farther away from there. But I'll consider it's fine. I'll figure out where I'm going to put Charlotte spawners soon. Original door K, but this will be... I'll put the O control here. It's a good spot for it. It's not like the worst. I'll open door O and L just to make certain they open, and J and K, so everything is working on those 4 doors. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't have her spawn point set up very well, so it's kind of hard to bypass her. Like, she's just in a really bad location for me. What you doing? Just hanging out up there? There. Yeah, she can't have that spawn point. That's obviously ridiculous in the safe zone. I need her to remove, though. Should turn the lights off so it looked better. Whatever. Yeah, her just being stuck in the wall is funny. They were, you know, before I moved everything, it was a good spawn point. Now it's a terrible spawn point for us, so there's that issue. What you say on you? Well, I already have a door J, I don't need another one. Those need to be in both. Now obviously this opens because I have it's just a duplicate door K. That's not too bad. I don't hate the layout of that. I mean, I hate where she spawns at. I don't hate anything else about it. God, finding the room for now is so much harder with all these stupid things everywhere. Right here. Alright. So raid 3 is in fact one of her little spawn point thingies, I assume. Yeah. She only needs to have a couple in each area to make life rough for you. Presumably out of the way, I guess. But not through a wall. Also, there should be something blocking so she can't run directly at you. So there's at least some sort of creep factor as she sneaks around. Things I should have been planning when I was building this, but I didn't get around to doing yet because... I don't know, you kind of got to just move things around and figure it out. Like, there's not an easy thing, or maybe there is for people who designed a bunch of being chased by a killer type of setups, but I really haven't designed that many, so you know. I treat it like laser tag. Yes. It's really what it is a laser tag, but with a ghost. So right there, and then I guess I give her an alcove over here. I could give her another one by the wall here. It's not a bad idea. That prevents her from spawning near the player and just somehow killing the player out of through the wall or something. It's not wrong. Should probably bend these a little different, but I find it easier to just kind of move things around, then toy with it a bit and see what I end up liking, than do try to specifically design anything. Obviously that's a little too much of a bend there, but you know, whatever. Those might be too small for her. That's actually not too bad though, because it keeps her from directly attacking the player. I'd probably move this button a little farther back this way because she might be able to get you through a wall or something. And if I don't do that to the player, that's probably a good thing. Do I let the player run through this area? It's really dangerous. I guess I don't hate that. I don't want you to be trapped very easily. I want you to have a chance. I'm gonna take a quick bio break here pretty quick though. Once I've actually probably not that long from now. All that alcohol is probably not doing me good stuff. I should probably make these tiny. They don't need to be sticking up, I don't think. I think that they'll just lead to Charlotte getting stuck, and I hate that. How tall is this one? Ones that just kind of hold things up. Also, this one should be like farther over because it's not really holding anything up. 2.85, sure. I thought they'd be cooler than they are. They're not. They're kind of lame. They might get RFG'd in general, but for now. I do need something that looks like it holds the place up, to be fair. Supports. Alright, so there's no door for N. Presumably N and M need to be handed out somewhere over here. Oh. This can be P, I guess. The way this is set up, if it doesn't open this, it's a little odd. But I kind of want to let you into multiple things. I don't like just sending you one way very often. I mean, sometimes sure, but this is kind of like a thoroughfare, so it seems like should have ways to get all of them. That means I probably don't want this end control here. I probably want something different. I might also want to bend this so there's more space. Moving this up doesn't really give this more space, does it? Because I don't want it to be, I want all three of these to be enterable from here, I guess. But I could put keys, buttons to the other things. I guess they're technically in a way a key. Buttons to each of these doors out here too, and then have the ones you need for here out in these areas, which I think is probably the best strategy. It's the most dick move of all of them, for certain. And really, if that's not what I'm doing with my life, what am I even doing, right? So let's not have this one here. I don't know where you're going to be at. It's a good question. Almost like I need another alcove or something, somewhere weird to put you, just somewhere that's obnoxious. Why is there a key up here? Originally I had a door that was collectible, right? From a different room. I'm going to leave it there for now, but it's going to get moved. I don't like it. I'm not changing it yet. Soon, TM, soon. There needs to be at least one Charlotte smoke everywhere, though it's better if there's two, because then she can teleport between them. If there's only one, it's a little awkward. Which is my only concern here, is that you need, like, at least some space to work with, and this is probably a little too... It's a bit too small. The only one I can mess with is this one, but having this long corridor into here seems a little awkward. But maybe I give it more space because it just needs it. And I just make this a ridiculously obnoxious space to go through. And if you don't have the M control, then you're probably SOL. Well, I mean, I don't gotta make it easy on you at this point. I get to make it challenging, if I'd like. By this point, you're multiple hours into the game, so I get to be a lot less, you know, friendly with the player. Of course, this is your first fight against Charlotte, so it's, you know, gotta make it special. You gotta make her remember being completely mauled over and over and over. I'm sure I need this here. I guess I could give choke points where you're just unhappy with your life if Charlotte catches you. I probably need them, to be honest. I don't want to be too unfair though, so I think what'll happen is I'll design something first and then make some changes later that make it more or less fair depending upon how it plays. The second fight against her is more fun than this one. Unfortunately, just how it worked out. The second one had a better concept, I think. This one's not bad. I just think I like the other better. Well, there needs to be a lot more to this room than it currently has. I'm just gonna put little bent things everywhere and just kind of run with it for a minute and see where it goes. So this way you get to play around a little. Oh, there's a lot more space now. Now it's almost interesting or something. It'll do for now. I get the feeling N will just be kind of a footnote where you'll just kind of run over and grab it as you run by. Oops. We'll make this Q. Oops. You know, the key doesn't have to be all the way in that corner. It could actually be like right over here, just to be a dick. And you run back through here and then you have to enter through the store to get to there. Could make this whole area obnoxious if I want to do that. And there's nothing saying it has to be there. By that nature, I could just make it completely safe from Charlotte to start with. Or I can leave it here and then you have to get back out. It's a good spot to hide one of the control thingies. So where is M going to be at? Where is N going to be at? Where is Q going to be at? And where is... Actually, I think that's the last one. Well, I let you into here first. I let you into here as well. So you're into both of these locations. So I can give you a one of each of those, no problem. I don't have to give you Q's entrance here, though. I can give you from a different direction, and then you just hate yourself, which is more fun, I think. The thing is, I'm already letting you into this area, so there's nothing to gain by... This door renders those two doors pointless. Like, they're just an extra way to run, but they don't do anything. There's no gain to getting through those doors that you couldn't have already done. But L could just be a dead end, too. Because if I make L a dead end, or M a dead end, either way, then that means that it makes the other door valuable. I think I make L a dead end and hide an additional treasure there. Because then you need both M and L to get it. Yeah. And just make it essentially safe because Charlotte will have no spawn point here. Which just seems much better to me because, you know, there's just not much point. But this is almost like a treasure room in a way. So a dead end, but it's an optional reward. Which I haven't really hit any real rewards in here too. This room is the most devoid of rewards possible, even though it has the most objectives to get. Like, there's just no rewards. There's a key. It's 2 keys. 1 on each floor. And that's it. That's what you got. Kind of boring. But now L is important. It doesn't have to be a game area if Charlotte can't reach. It's just a weird safe zone. I put a key in here or something. I could put a safe zone in there too. Just a hidden point, I guess. I'll put one for now, but I end up cutting most of them because they're kind of... They kind of cheapen things in my mind. So you're probably going to have access to maybe like 2. Well, you don't need this, right? Because you could just jump down here, use this door to open it and get to this safe zone. So there's already one right there. So this seems unnecessary as all hell. I don't want it. Now, do I put an end door here, or do I actually just make it a separate side thing of doors to find? Like, I could lock it behind a couple extra buttons you have to find instead that are obnoxious, and then there's like a treasure inside for your reward for all your effort. Think about it. Yeah, I'll take a quick bio break. And I'll stare at the sky or something. Right back. Alright. Now that I've suitably frozen myself in the rest of the house, unlike my room with, you know, this computer that is super warm and this heater that is also warm, rest of the house is about that. Best not to go explore and all that if you can avoid it. Did I get a raid at some point? No. Okay, like, at no point tonight have I seen the viewership be anywhere near, like, you know, more than like 5 people watching. And yet, at one point, Twitch is like, well, there were 17 people watching. I swear Twitch's new numbers are terrible. It's like they don't tell me how many people are really watching. Or they just don't count them. I'm so confused. And now it's made me realize it just doesn't tell me these things. Like, their new system sucks. Like, how am I supposed to know what anything is going on if they just are all their numbers are wrong? Twitch is a very bad company. But they're currently the only ones that actually pay me anything, so nobody else pays me anything, so they might as well. I guess I want these a little more far here. I stream on it just because they pay me something, but man. As far as the 3 companies I stream with, they are easily my least favorite. But I guess technically where they pay me set is maybe they're not like my least. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of a lot of what they do. I think I might just leave this as just a weird little area. Anyway, enough griping about Twitch. So we've decided to set this as what? Leaving me. I mean, this could be N. Because L's already figured out, right? Because L was over here. So L's right here. That's where the end buttons are. I wish Kick paid for ads, that'd be helpful. I'd be like, everyone just watch me on Kick. Of course, to be fair, I don't think many people would actually go on Kick. You know, it says there's 11 users on, and Twitch's numbers are so weird. They're like, here's 3, here's 11. It wasn't until I refreshed it that it said the real number. So confused with Twitch. Anyway, yeah, I guess this has to be M. So N, and then M can be. Why don't we want the end control here? That's end control 1, end control 2. I guess to be fair, this doesn't need 3 buttons. I could put the last button in here to unlock this, thus forcing you to have to backtrack through here and then back here. I love that idea. Because some of us just want to watch the world burn. Well, let's make this have 2. It don't need 3. I ain't gonna be like that. You know, in the paintings, I don't know why I was entering the numbers manually when I could have just had the item name array dictate the number of things in it. Stupid. Sometimes I do it better the first time. Alright, so this is N, and then I guess all the way over here we'll have the last one. Sure. Nice have to position Charlotte in these last ones here too, and then I'll be able to run it as a full thing. It'll get tweaked a whole bunch. There's no way I'm keeping it as it is, but we'll see. Hey Joseph, how's it going? Morning to you as well. I guess technically it is 3:02 a.m. here, so that is morning, if you will. How is your morning going? New place, huh? That's awesome. When did you move it to a new place? One and two are smoke things, so if I put one... Maybe little alcoves for her to come out of. It's really that simple. She needs little homes, basically. If she has a little home she can come out of, that seems to be much better than just having her places. Not a great place, a street away from kids, half price. Oh wow. I remember you mentioning that. I have the worst memory for everything. Unless she's cute. Then I have an infinite memory. Can't go wrong with that though. Close to the kids. Half the price. I mean, I've heard worse. That sounds pretty good to me. I don't know, like, I make game dev thingies, like, I make stuff all the time, and then I come back later and go, I did what? So I don't always remember what I did in game dev. If you want to get technical, you know. I say the only certainty is if she's cute. Every other thing, I don't know about that. Plenty of dumb crap though in game dev where I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? That's where the joke where there was like 3 a.m. me exists to, you know, basically make problems for 3 p.m. me. So true. 3 a.m. me is just a monster. Who's just like, this is such a great... It doesn't even necessarily work. That doesn't matter to 3 a.m. me. 3 a.m. me is like, yep, I got this. Cute chick, we're going to get my morning reference to. Oh. I'm hearing bonus deal here. That sounds pretty good. I'm gonna lock Charlotte away here so she can't sneak in too much. Sadly, I never go outside, so I guess I don't really have to remember any of the cute chicks anymore. I used to go outside, but now I game dev. I don't know if that is better, but it's what I do. There's exactly no reason to run this way, is there? So I believe that's everything I need here. There's N, M, and then there's two end ones, and then L has... Actually, I don't need an L. There's them and N right there. Okay. Morning breakfast taco sounds pretty good. Damn. Until I had realized I had to be out in the morning. But other than that, the morning breakfast taco sounds really good. I kind of stopped going out to eat once everything costs like $1 million to go out to eat. I'm just like, it's how much for garbage? Jesus. Once it was $20 to eat trash food, I suddenly stopped going out to eat like ever. I was like, fast food's 20 bucks? What the hell? Sitting down's like 40? Screw that. No, I don't go out very much. At least to eat. Oh, that door's scary. Let's not go that way, okay? Okay, I don't want to go two musics. One music is fine. Cali is very overpriced. But I'm so happy that the fast food workers get $20 an hour to flip a burger. I mean, nobody goes to the fast food places anymore, and most of them are going out of business because who the hell is paying, you know, $20 for, you know, garbage burger and fries? I don't know, but not me. That's for certain. I actually went out to eat with my roommate like that, and we went and got these, like, you know, burger and fries at this place. It was like not like food poisoning, which maybe it was 20 bucks a person. And the burgers were like these double thingies, were like these little tiny thingies, these little eBay things. It was so cool. They're like this tall. And you're like, what the hell? This is your double? And it's like, and then the fries came in this little tiny tray, and we're like, oh, it's so adorable. And it's like, how much was this? The fuck? Yeah. Some things should not be like a full-time thing. These are the kind of jobs that were supposed to be for, like, you know, high school and college kids, you know? They're not supposed to be full-time careers, but... Oh, hello. How's it going? Unfortunately, they decided that it should be, and I'm like, no. Just kick out all the illegals and let the, you know, college kids have these and high school kids have these instead, so they can get some work training. And, yeah. And then we can all afford to actually eat at these places. Instead, all those places are just going out of business, and you're like, that's so cool. That burger place I went to, they were tearing down their drinks, and it was at 4 p.m. Like, that's right, before the dinner rush, because there is no dinner rush. I'm like, oh, wow. And when we went there was like 3 people. It was so bad. I don't think there's one for Q, by the way. I think I forgot Q. Hello. I don't think you can get through that. Can you not get through this? Probably shouldn't taunt. Burger and fries like $8 here, wage is $7.25. You know, they say it's 15, 20 wage, now yeah, exactly. That's because they're dumb. They keep thinking if they raise the minimum wage that everything else won't go up, but it is the minimum. Everything will now scale to the new number. Why did you do this, you fools? And they're like, because we like that. And I'm like, okay. We help out the illegals. They have been deporting quite a few people. This city has gotten really empty. And we're not even by the border. I'm impressed. It's good because the crime rate's going down. Now it's a little safer to actually go some places. Hear me out. It's nice when it's safer to go places. It's still very expensive, so I don't really go a lot of places, but, you know. Hello. Yeah, I need a queue. Yeah. Well, at some point the prices get so high that nobody goes to them, so they have to make some sort of decision, or they're going to basically close. And basically the decision is automation. They're just going to automate. That's all they're going to do. They're straight up going to automate.
Too long a stick is not all
right? Because the robots cost less. And that's what they're doing. They're just automating it all. So then everyone loses their jobs because nobody can afford to, I mean, people just aren't going to pay that much for a garbage burger and fries. Like, pizza's still okay, because pizza's usually like 2 or 3 meals. So, you know, you go pay like 13, 14 bucks for like a pizza, and you know, it's only like 7 bucks a meal effectively, right? So it's not like the worst. There's an extra door L apparently. So I need to switch that for Q. Oh, oh, don't go that way. That way's scary. Just spawn inside the thing. There's lots of problems going on here. Hello. She's not very dangerous. I need to make her she's a little more dangerous than she is. So there's 2 L's and there's no Q. Yeah, that's kind of thing. Now I go to like, I pretty much only ever eat out at Mod Pizza because you can get whatever you want on your pizza for like 1 flat rate, and it ends up being, I think, like a little over $10. And it's a decent sized pizza. And it's pretty good ingredients, so it's not too bad. And it's basically like 2 meals. So I just go there and buy that, and I no longer eat burger and fries out because they're incredibly expensive and they're not very good for that price. It's actually at a point where I think sit-down restaurants are cheaper than the a lot of the fast food places on average, because they have that whole they don't pay those people a minimum wage. Which one are you? This is another door L control. I have so many questions. Like they're paid like their minimum wage is lower and then they get paid with tips. I don't know how they get away with that. But like, you should have to pay the minimum wage. The minimum wage just shouldn't be ludicrous. But they get paid only like a handful of dollars per. It's terrible. And then they rely entirely on tips. But because of that, you can go to those places and it's like almost like the same price really as eating out. At a fast food place, it's just the food's way better. So you don't feel so like you're getting ripped off so bad. You still feel like you're getting ripped off a little, but it ain't so bad. Just like this whole maze setup wasn't so bad. Nope. Meh. Okay, getting out of here is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Because she keeps appearing at the same one. I needed a random to somewhere else, and I don't care which one it is as long as it's not this one, just so I have enough time to get out. God, the FPS is so much better. And I'm not even like packaged, I'm running it with Unreal Engine, it's still better. We have 2 ways back now. I think the better, well, because I haven't been through the first area, the better way back is this way. Normally the better way back might be the first area.
The airship's shadow follows me. Hums my name, but it's a liar and they're watching me. I'm a queen.
Except there is no way back through here. That's right, I need to add something. I'm gonna use double jump now, but I need to add something for the next time around.
I'll rebuild the moon with sprockets and hums.
Oh wait, I don't have that key either. Oh wait, we're gonna cheat. Technically, this might be a way. Well, it is because I have double jump. Not a very good test, but normally you would have gone through the bottom.
The ether hums my name, but you're going the right way. My dreams we're all mad. Betrayal. Nobody could ever love me. I'm worthless. They're watching me hum.
Boing! Yay! I like the bouncy couch. I don't get out much, it's fine. I think it's $2.50 more for tips. And the way it was supposed to work is if you don't average up to minimum wage, tips hours is supposed to cover the differences. Is that how it works? People complain about the way people tip. That we're gonna quit thinking jobs where your livelihood is dependent upon people's. Yeah. Businesses shouldn't be allowed to hire you for under the minimum wage. That's why it's called the minimum wage. The whole tip system is stupid. I never tip anywhere. Unless it's like a sit-down restaurant, and then, you know, obviously I tip there, but like every other place, like in California, it's just like, tip me for this or that, and it's like, you worked at a register. You didn't do anything extra. You literally rang me up at a register. You don't deserve a tip for that. You're getting paid a wage for that. Like, you're gonna have to do something a little more interesting for me than that, you know? You're gonna have to, like, wait on me hand and foot if you want money for extra money here. Like, do extra. And they're like, but we just deserve it. I'm like, ugh. Everywhere asks for a tip. It's crazy. And now you're seeing tip options in every... Yeah, it's stupid. I also don't really use card readers. I use cash most of the time anyway, but, you know. I could just put the... I mean, I need a Q somewhere, so... For now, I guess you're just Q until I come up with a better idea. I mean, this could be L. But I already make you go through O, so L's not that useful. This Q is kind of a boring one, but... I do need a Q control somewhere. Oh yeah, definitely. You'd be surprised how many people over here are not Democrats. Like, they're not like the crazies. It's just that they cheat for most of the voting, so it's kind of stupid. But, I mean, all the blue voters are basically in San Francisco and, like, basically the big cities where they can cheat the votes and no one can really keep track of it, you know. Like, all it takes to get to vote here is a driver's license, but to get a driver's license in California, you have to... Oh wait, you can just get one. You don't even have to be a citizen to get one. Heck, I was already registered to vote, and they sent me 2 additional things to register to vote, just in case I hadn't registered to vote enough this year. I was like, why? Why 2 more? It's awkward up here. But I'm up in, like, you know, Northern California, so... Yeah. A lot of that corruption doesn't really happen up here, but it doesn't matter because it only needs to happen in a couple of places, and that's enough. Hopefully they don't win that redistricting crap. I don't think I need more corruption here. But yes, if I could get to Texas or Florida, I probably would. It's just I already have a business here, and I have a good setup. I've stayed. Originally it's because I had family and friends here, but most of my family is either left or just passed away from just older. But where I'm at is just solidly red. Like, just solidly. It's probably the most blue section of the solidly red area, and it's still solidly red. And that's only because we have, like, a university here, and I mean, they come from all over the country to go here for school, so there's that, but there's not that many of them. There's around 30,000 students between there and the nearby college, and there's 100,000 people in the city. That it doesn't include that 30,000. Those are temporary 30,000. Here, most people Democrats, they're insane. Every hoping someone who wants American citizens to succeed in making citizens for immigrants do it legally better. Yeah. If you legally immigrate to this country, more power to you. Most people who actually are citizens of this country, were born here, could not qualify, could not pass the test to legally immigrate to here. That's the sad part of it all. Every legal immigrant knows more about this, the country than I do. And I'm not like an idiot about this country, but the tests fairly become like to immigrate is hard. Like all the requirements, it's not easy at all. Unless you just have a bunch of money, and then it's actually surprisingly very easy, but that's a different story entirely. Like there was a thing that there's a reason why you see a lot of people from India running gas stations. And the way it worked is that one of them opens up a business here worth at least 100,000. Okay. They get citizenship by running it for, I forgot how many years it was. I think it's like 2 or 3 years, whatever. So then they hand it over to the next member of their family who now has a business here worth over 100,000, which means they can now get a visa here. And as long as they work here for the 2 to 3 years, then they become a citizen. And then you see where this is? I'm not a fan of that. I was like, when someone explained that to me, it's like, oh, that explains why every single gas station is run by people from India here. Like, it's not like just a couple, it's all of them. I was like, wait, what? But like, do they just dream about running a gas station over in India? They're like, I've always wanted a gas station in America. I asked someone that, like, no, this is how it works. They're like, oh, okay. 1.7 party ass? That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of dumb in this state. A lot of illegals, a lot of criminals running around. I mean, they're both criminals, but other types of criminals besides the illegals. Cool, great. But I am far enough north that we dodge a lot of the problems of the border, thankfully. Because I'm only like a few hours from Oregon. How far am I from Oregon? I thought it only takes like 5 hours or something to get to Portland right now. It's 8 hours to get to Portland. Let me check. I don't remember. We'll just do Chico to... How many city of 100,000 people? I don't care if people know. We'll say Ashland. That's fair. Ashland's where I start to deem it real Oregon. 3 hours 31 minutes to go from where I'm at to good old Ashland. Almost got sent the illegals from Canada. Yeah, not really, but gotta. I went to Washington at one point. I was up in Spokane. Spokane is a shithole. I don't even like to, I feel bad for shitholes by calling Spokane, associating them with Spokane. That place was horrific. Holy crap. I mean, like, the ground was just littered with, like, just used needles. And this was, when I was there, it was like 20 years ago at this point. Like, just used drug needles everywhere. Wild. Plus, it was so dangerous that I got, I took a train there, and my friend I was meeting there was like, oh man, I'll walk you from, the train station to my apartment. Yeah, it's only like 2 blocks. I was like, you have to walk me there. He's like, and he came armed, and I was like, man, where have you invited me to if you need to be armed to walk 2 blocks? Like, what the hell? What's Oregon so beautiful? Almost all of Oregon is beautiful except the Portland metro area. I lived in the Portland metro area for a while, over in Beaverton, like about a mile north of Tigard, in the Washington Square Mall. That was about 14 years ago, I think. No, it was longer than that. I don't know, somewhere back there. And it was, I hate big cities. It's just the same thing copy pasted over and over and over. and a crap ton of traffic and a whole lot of extra problems. And the crime rate is so much higher than they always say because no one ever keeps track of it. Nobody reports it. We don't even report it that much in the city I'm in because we know the cops aren't going to do anything about it. So it's like, why am I wasting my time when they don't care? It's true though. They won't care. You're right? No, I'll be here. So as long as I have a Q door here, I think that works fine. Like, this is better than the previous one by far. That I can agree on. But the things it needs are probably a way back up into this pipe. Or this grate. But it's got to look like it's supposed to be there. Like, I can't just put a weird set of stairs up there, because why? Why are there stairs there? That makes no sense. I could have some of these sticking through, I guess. These holders. I was going to not have them around because I didn't really want them to be a problem, but I guess that's probably like the most realistic way of hiding that you could get up here. I could really use something else that could reasonably go here. Practically on fire from that heater. But doesn't block Charlotte. I guess this is a safe zone. Well, it's not technically all safe. In fact, it's only sort of safe. I mean, if you let Charlotte through, then it's not safe anymore. The safe zone itself is safe. I think this is good enough that I can get up on top of it, though. Unfortunately, for that to work, it must also appear on Playroom 2. I love data layers, but it is kind of tedious to have to go between all of them all the time. However, the FPS game is incredible, so, you know. As long as you can get just high enough, it shouldn't be a problem. I can also just put them on the other side too so they look even. Technically, this could also be crammed over here too. Let's put it over here too. I'm gonna have more supports later anyway, so I'll make it look a little better, but perhaps this is required just so you have a way back out. I'm sure I'll come back to it and make this place nicer looking too later as well. Oh, I only need one. Whatever, I'll keep the other there, it's fine. I'll probably move it not directly in the wall. That does allow you to get up here, which I don't know what that gains the player other than the ability to... Can you just... Oh, you can just jump that? That's fine. I'm okay with that. You're already able to get here, so... That just gives them an extra shortcut out of here if they want. I mean, like, you've already earned the right, so... Since you've already earned the right, it's not like I'm gaining you much. I'm trying to give a little convenience to the player if possible. Potentially I could just put these on top here and not actually have them go all the way through as well. I don't know what that gains me per se. Oh, I got followed 2 days ago, so I thought someone followed me when I wasn't looking. Nope, they followed me 2 days ago. This is probably not too bad for the current setup. I'm going to make some additional changes at some point, but it's playable. It wasn't that bad. There are a couple points I had to wait a little bit. And Charlotte can probably use some additional work. This area felt the weakest by far. It doesn't have much to it. I get the sneaking suspicion if I just add an additional thingy over here, it'll get much better. You just want things to kind of bounce around on a little. You know, just a little bit of extra to mess with. Where's it at? Where's the room thingy at? Oh. Hit game. I don't game up. You can hit G to hide everything. And sometimes it's kind of nice when you're just moving things around, but it's not always the nicest. I think the problem right here is that this shows up by a door. So in reality, I probably want to do this setup here. I want to give her like a home, essentially. Like the Charlotte home strategy is very strong. In fact, I almost want like a little thing that she comes out of that's not just smoke. Like if she just appears from little like buildings, would probably be more interesting, but the building would have to be really big. And Charlotte's, you know, it's huge. You know? That makes that side really dangerous and this side less dangerous. Also over here, that was kind of a bit of a problem with how close this was too. Remember that. Definitely gonna tweak these, though. At some point, I might also make it where these are not a bunch of splines too, and then just tweak it more later. Let me tell you about how Unreal Engine really hates these splines ever since 5.4. Like, it errors all the time. It just gives an obnoxious error that just appears, you know, on testing. It doesn't stop anything, it's just weird. They work poorly with the H load. They're also really terrible for performance because each one of these is a draw call between each of these spaces, so it's the number of points on the spline minus 1 is the number of draw calls. And that kind of sucks. This location is trash. Trash garbage. This location is also trash. This location is sort of trash. There's not even a thing in here for. Actually, there's like one spawn in here. Actually, this is where she spawns initially at. She doesn't have an actual true spawn point here. Well, that's no fun. Create a new blueprint. Why is there a create a new blueprint option? That's weird. I mean, sure, I guess, but no. There's 7 at. Cough, hack, wheeze. Oh, never mind. That's not one of those yet. Obviously, I have to make one. Oh, that's right. It should just appear directly wherever that's at. Okay. Another quick test here. Mm. Might go get my sanity back, honestly. Can't really camp on the lights much. Hit the chat like an idiot. Nice job. Uh, Whoa. That's terrifying. This area is actually much better than expected. Imagine when she actually starts making like terrifying like voices that, you know, Poppet and everything. You know, whispering her name or something.
I'll rebuild them. The pipe dreams of the airship for my own. You're going the wrong way. You're going the right way. Build the sky's airship shadow follows. It's been broken too long. We're all mad. Doing wrong life for my life. I saw the future steam rise. We're all mad. I stitched my dreams to the airship's.
The lights, are those up there? I need probably a few more lights that are easier to spot. Too long a stick is not all that great. Uh-oh. It's not. Trust me. She said so. Why, hello there. Why, hello there. She has a hard time getting through the doors. Problem. Actually, the layout's not that bad. It's confusing, which is good. It leaves you open to being attacked by her quite a bit. If you ever stop, you're probably screwed. I thought she was gonna get me, and I realized there's a wall here. You can forgive her for clipping through walls because she is a ghost. Maybe she's trying to, like, you know, not cheat, even though she's cheating a bit. I didn't actually need this. Way better than the original way this room was set up. The original room was just like a Hierophant puzzle, jump a couple things, dodge some garbage smoke traps, and move on. It was really not that interesting. This requires a lot more effort, and even I don't actually have the way memorized yet. Wait for it to vanish and go somewhere else. Whoa, she's just crawling away super fast there. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, the only thing I don't like is right here, because you'll have to wait until she decides to leave. And then sneak by, which I guess is obnoxious in its own right, but... yeah, I didn't make it. I'd probably do something about that, because she'll sometimes just continuously spawn from there. And with no additional way to go, you're kind of like... doesn't feel fair. Like, it is possible, but it feels like a crapshoot. I don't like that one bit. So what I could do is give her a little home, essentially, by doing this. She kind of has a home as is, but... I could also just move a little smoke spawn over there. I can also give this 2 ways out. Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to give this 2 ways out. Because as it is now, with just the 1 way, it's just, it sucks. Where's your other one? I sure already had one over there. That's probably about the only area I didn't like. I'm open this door and then try to escape. I think it should be no problem as long as there's a second path. As long as I can reach any one of the doors, I'll consider that a victory. I just put a system in to prevent it from having this problem of it not being open if you've already got the things, but what I didn't realize is that it would also close it. I might just leave it as it is, but it's much harder in my testing mode because if I die in the testing mode, I get kicked back to the start of the game because I have no save. Normally it wouldn't be a big problem otherwise. I guess to be fair, now these things also have the problem of when you there's actually the option now where I can force them to close because you don't have it, so they start open, you get near it and it closes just to mock you. I'm not sure I like the idea, and I also don't hate the idea. It's just there. I imagine this is going to be pretty savage, really, honestly. For this whole encounter against her is going to take quite a bit of time. Welcome back. I'm just testing out various changes to this as I do them. Missed it. Uh-oh. Step off me, bro. Now I can go this way. I forgot that I set that up to go in there. Oh, 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 I want this. Gimme, gimme. I don't even know which one opens what. I don't remember where I put everything, so I'm just kind of trying to figure it out as I go. None of the ones open there. Oh, that's awful. Beautiful. Wouldn't want life to be easy. Can I get through here? Sure can. Let me tell you about how small Poppet is, by the way, in case you didn't notice. How often she can just sneak by some areas she shouldn't be able to. Yeah. Feel I got on that one. I didn't think I'd get by that, but I was hoping. I don't think she can get through there. And she's a hard time getting around it. I have to fix that. I did give her a bigger bumper, which I should probably just remove, honestly. Hello. I saw you. I see you. You are heard. Or something. Whatever incomprehensible babble they do around here. So you actually have the option, but now you can technically just do this as the fast way, so... Wasn't too bad. Way better than it was before. Ah yes, the better wings. I love those things. There's no real jumping in that other room. You don't need to jump at any point, so you never really do, but... That wasn't bad. The only thing I had an issue with was I was able to basically bypass a door there by simply running through the edge here. You probably thought that was barely any distance. Boy, you were wrong. You just sneak right on in there. Poppet's just like, yep, I fit. And overall, probably just run with it as it is until I come up with a better method, but I'm not going to spend that much longer on this particular room today. It'll probably be something else I work on. I just couldn't leave it unplayable. And it seems relatively playable now. I think the bottom is better. It also has more space to work with though, so I guess not a huge amount more space. Actually, it basically has no additional space. The only additional space is this thing here. Because I don't use this section either, so technically they have the same space to play with. Indeed. I don't want to merge all this crap together until I take the time to play around with it a little more though and see what I want to do. Even the optimization wise, it's pretty good to do. Trying to pull my hair, coordinating all the pipes in a small ceiling space. Fair. If only you lived in magical steampunk land where you can just put pipes wherever and they don't have to make any sense. Hear me out, magical steampunk land is great. That's my perfect world. I'm just trying to think of any other ideas I have for this place at the moment. Everything's data layered, right? Sure. I'll probably put some additional things to hold stuff up, but beyond that, could be. And this is set up to the building itself, though I guess I don't technically, as long as it's in both, it doesn't have to be like that. Now that I know that you can do, I don't have to put everything in the building, so I can actually improve the loading big time by simply loading in things only if they're, or just in multiple data layers. Mechanical contracting coordination. Oh. This looks exciting. Pipes everywhere. Yeah, see, yeah, that looks like real fun right there. Yeah. I make games, that's all I know. Yeah. Yes. I mean, this looks like the most fun ever for ducks. Like, I almost want a building with this many ducks in it just so I could, you know, run around through them. That's true. Something like this. I mean, this looks like super fun. Well, okay, maybe not this one. It's not that fun because there's really not that many weird pathways to it. It's kind of boring, actually. Imagine if I had this. Imagine how many weird things I could run through. Amazing. Yep, never really thought about terribly what's in the walls of the building too much. mean, I was an electrician's assistant for a while, but we didn't really do... We mostly did houses. We didn't really do anything big. Trades typically different companies. How to make sure they're not hitting each other. That's fair. That's big companies in a nutshell. Don't even have to qualify. That's just how they are. They do the dumb. Yes. I think I should actually push this farther so this door doesn't go through. Hear me out. It's probably bad that that door goes through. But there's no reason this can't just be farther back. Right? Like it should be there. That's true. Well, I mean, my boss couldn't ever do anything at the time, so I both spent a lot of time in people's attics and under their houses. And the things I learned very importantly are that attics suck. I would so much rather be under someone's house than in their attic. Attics are hot. Attics are full of that horrible fiberglass crap. Attics like have a high likelihood of like having nails and things through them. Like just bad things, like someone just like, you know, does the roofing and puts nails, roofing nails too far through and things like that. Lots of problems. Under a house, maybe there's a bunch of friggin' spiders or something, which they just get out of your way. The worst thing you probably encounter is either a snake or a cat. And the cat's probably not that bad. The snake, well, I mean, the snake usually moves. But yeah, but under the house, it's cool. Both places are filthy as hell, so it doesn't matter which one you're in. You're going to be disgusting when you leave. So I'm sitting there like, you know, just lugging that we had a drill with a bit like this long. It was crazy how long this bit was. It was because it was supposed to just go through whatever so we could just run wires through it. And I'd be lugging like, you know, big old lines of wire just underneath houses and things. And I was like the best shape I was ever in. I haven't done that in like a bajillion years at this point, but it was nice. I like being under houses a lot more than I like to be in attics. To this day, that still holds true. But to be fair, I kind of prefer to be in neither if I get my choice. I mean, I don't do anything now. I'm a game dev. Well, I don't get paid yet to be a game dev, so technically I'm a lousy streamer. I say lousy streamer because I don't make enough money to live off it, so that makes me a lousy streamer. If I ever make money to live off, I could be a good streamer. Oh yeah, it's so long. You're just lugging this big old thing, and you just want to take everything you can, because if you don't bring everything with you, you'll have to, you know, crawl your way back, and it's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to crawl back. So you just drag everything you need and out of like a walkie-talkie, and he just would yell at me to try to get it, you know, in the right location, and it was a terrible system. But he had like kidney problems, so he couldn't do shit. So it was just me doing all of it. And some days we're just like, we got to get rid of that sidewalk. You get out the jackhammer, that's what you do. Sometimes you got to get, you know, a trencher and you start trenching. Sometimes you just dig the trench yourself, you know. I prefer the trencher if I had to pick. Sometimes you crawl under houses. Occasionally I tarred a roof because I don't know why he had me tar some, whatever. I got all the bitch work because that's basically my job. Because he couldn't do anything, so it was, yeah, paid pretty good. He was paying me like 20 bucks an hour, and that was like 30 years, not 30 years ago, 25 years ago. So it was good for what it was. Better than what I get paid now, which is not a lot. I should work fast food. I would pay better. That's true, by the way. That's 100% true. Eventually, hopefully, game dev pays a bunch because, you know, I released the game and it's awesome. Till then, I should just flip burgers. Apparently, that's a career path now. Stupid California. It flips the burger, else it gets the hose.
I don't think there's any other place I could sneak through here. That's mostly what I'm looking for, is things that are a little bit too far from the walls of this so they can sneak through. Probably fine. There's some areas where she can't get through though, which I remember that.
Why don't I just say, yeah, I wish I stayed with it, to be honest. They paid pretty well. Yeah. Actually, the thing I wish I'd done when I was 18, like the thing that I should have done, was to join the Air Force. Because in the Air Force, there's exactly 3 jobs, or so I've been told. You watch the planes, you fly the planes, or you fix the planes. None of those, with exception maybe flying them, put you in any real danger. And after 20 years, you can retire. Tell me another career path that retires you at 38, guaranteed. That was the life hack right there. Every other option I had was dumb. You get help with houses, you get free medical for your life, you get paid monthly. Eh? The next best one would probably been the Navy, but that one, being on a ship or in a sub, is pretty bad from what I've heard. I had a couple of stepbrothers who were in subs, and 6 months down there with the same 50 people, all dudes. No, I think I'm good. Yeah, I tried the own thing method, and I've lived my whole life largely never having to work for people other than when I was fairly young, but I think that statistically you're better off just taking the military route. Maybe not so much now that things are weird, but I guess Trump's back in office, so it's probably fine now, but he won't be in office the whole time, so you might not want to stay with it. Hear me out, you might not. Thought I added some sort of thing to bounce off. Why are you a million miles out? Make a lottery pool, figure out how to make a combination numbers there, and I get a crop of tool and invest and split the winnings. My theory behind that is really very simple. If it were that easy, the people who already have huge amounts of money would do it. Like if you could just win out easy, no problem, they would just do it. Can you rotate a freaking capsule? No. This was not made for crawling characters at all. If anything, I should probably make it that Charlotte, like the mesh is farther back
So it's at the front of it. And then pull our kill thingy back. Also, the kill thingy should be on the mesh. Yeah, taxes are ludicrous. Like, it's just not very worth. Gambling's not usually a very good plan at any given point. If I had that kind of money, I'd just take it and dump it all in Tesla. Get it over with. That's a lot of options there. I don't know. That seems kind of not so good. Hey, Leposian. How's the vibe? It's going pretty good. I have some new stuff. Probably the neatest new thing is the flying. $2 per ticket. I see. So now when you double jump, it has wings. It goes all mechanical wings. Which I thought was a pretty sweet. Oh yeah, now when you're missing sanity and you're by a thing, it'll show you gaining sanity back. Then it stops once you've gained your sanity. Same thing with curse. Oh, thanks. And now if you're actually flying, you actually like can activate it to fly, and then we does wear out after a while. I didn't make it infinite. Unfortunately, it's a bit glitchy in that sometimes it doesn't want to fly back. I need to fix that, but they at least look cool. Like seeing your sandbox? Yeah. Kinda. Well, you have to have 66 abilities, and as you get farther in the game, you need abilities that let you travel. As for the math on that, those things there, Jose, what's the winnings if you versus the cost on that? I think is the question. Guaranteed a winner, but then you would have no after taxes. I wonder how much you didn't get. As for what else is new in this thing, well, today I'm rebuilding this top area here. I'm testing it to make certain that Charlotte's a little better able to crawl around the place now. So now the top half of the playroom has this going on here. Haven't added many new abilities. I'll let you pick your poison here. It's still very work in progress, but hello. I need better lights in here because it's hard to tell sometimes. Also in this area, she's not really attacking me very much, which is awkward. I wonder why. hello. You can hop? It's terrifying. I didn't know you could do that. The AI is taking over. It's letting her hop now. No. Which way are you going? I'll go this way. How's that sound? It opens the way downstairs in case you want to go downstairs. She's not really showing up as often. It seems like that change did not help. Zero 0.6 billion to be profitable. That's maybe. That chapter is telling me it's illegal to log pools in some states. It's okay. California doesn't have laws anyway, apparently, so you're probably fine here. Or seems like it. The park's everywhere. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Things are coming along, as they say. Yes. I just need to make her a little more aggressive in here, because now she's like doesn't feel aggressive enough. She's kind of like just slowly creeping around. They even add an extra way out, so you can take the secret way out. Well, normally you wouldn't double jump there, but let's do that. Woohoo! I mean, you would have already gone this way, but yep. I really like the wings. The wings look really great with the devil, by the way. This is probably my favorite combination. When she double jumps with the devil. It's so fitting. I don't have a way to equip them both at the same time, so sadly the only time you get to do is when you double jump, but it would be really cool if you could have the wings out all the time and, you know, just go, woohoo! That's a devil. Devil Pop is without a doubt my favorite pop. Whee. I've been changing the order of the stuff too, so now you have to in the painting world it actually shows how many things you have to unlock each area. And when you after the toy maze you have to go and do the waiting room and kill a bunch of things, then go back into the painting room in order to get to the safari room. So things are getting more convoluted, which is good because, you know, that's what makes it fun. And now they all have the numbers, so you know how many of you go. And currently it's just set to 4 for all of them, but it probably won't always be 4. I guess it could always be 4, and I could just have a cool thing in the corner of each, like some sort of like indicator light or something, and when all the indicator lights are off, or maybe they're all on or something, then it activates the painting. I mean, the paintings could be more mechanical too. They don't actually have to be regular paintings. They could be like steampunk paintings. I don't hate it. gonna see now if it's illegal to do a lottery pool in the California. No, so in California, it's like dicey if it's legal or not. Like if it's just amongst friends, and it's fine, but yeah. Huh. Fair enough. No lottery pools in California, evidently. Well, I guess you sorta can. Sorta. You just need to have your closest 5,800 403 friends. Sorry, 584,403 friends. There we go. I would say I can read, but clearly, you know, as a victim of the California public education system, no. Hear me out? No. Maybe? No. Possibly? No. Conceivably? No. Oh yeah, you can put a background blueprints. Yep. I was like, cool, all this poop in there, and I don't know if I like it or not. It's just there. What social media is for? Yep. Find all your best friends. It might be illegal though to do it that way. Yeah, as for blueprints and backgrounds, you can just put those in. You just go up to the what is project settings background? Maybe it's editor background. Actually, it's editor background. Type in the old background and you just change the brush image to wherever you want, and then boom, you have it. It's all squishy, but that's okay. That was good. Yeah, that's nice. You need to find a way to buy the combination there quickly and have all the tickets sorted and located so you can easily cash out. Yeah. Just look at the video of Mr. Beast buying like a bajillion lottery tickets and see how much money he loses, and there you go. It's not worth it, but you know. At least for his video, he got to write off his losses. You also made back from Brazil like a couple weeks ago. Nice. Just fast, kind of associated, just be pretty good. There you go. I mean, it is nice to have something different to look at. I think it visually makes the code a little harder to see. It's probably about the only gripe I have. It's like, Why don't I just do the length on this? Why am I having two different things? I guess technically it wouldn't lock him out otherwise. I gotta do it anyway, though. And I programmed it. For sure, yeah. Too much harder. You find a balance, yeah. I guess, why am I fixing something that already works? You know what? Stop fixing what already works. I know you can make it better, but why am I making... Why? I make it better for what again? It's already all set up. I don't do anything special. It's actually adding work. What a terrible plan. This whole adding work thing. I guess Charlotte's better than now than she was, so that's something. Or did you see that everything is now on the same map as opposed to, well, except for the painting world? When I set up data layers? Were you around for that? It happened over the last, I think, week or so, so... That's an interesting idea. Oh yeah. Hey, a package game test off stream and it was like getting 60 to 70 FPS. It was doing really good. I mean, it broke due to other things, but the data layers work fine. So, you know, those are good. But yeah, I like this idea though. Like I could have some doors that appear in walls only if you've you hit a button or something, like, or you trigger some sort of thing. So this way, the data layer for a wall is replaced by one with a door. Like I'm not gonna use it in this current area, I don't think, but later on, I like this idea. A more puzzly area, especially in the basement or something like that, would be really strong place to have that. Also, multiple triggers in order to like reveal a secret room is not a bad idea either. They really offer a lot of options here on what I can do with this programming. I mean, like mechanical options, which is why I switched to it. I mean, also the huge performance increase is worth too. By like, they're very good. Yeah, they're finicky sometimes, but overall they're very good. But just being able to have hidden rooms or like things that wouldn't normally be there. I consider having Charlotte haunt places too, where like a room suddenly becomes haunted by Charlotte, and from that point on, well, it's haunted by her, like she'll move around and it just makes the room more difficult. Presumably because you just have to dodge her. But that might be a bridge too far for my game. Because, you know, the game wasn't necessarily built for that. She is huge, so her being huge does pose some problems on how she's going to be able to be, like how you could avoid her. Alright, so what am I gonna work on here? That's a good question. I could do a packaged game test, I suppose. I don't know how I feel about this mirror in the fucking New Life room. It's the problem with it is that it's these reflection captures are heavy. They are really heavy. I wanted a point where Poppet saw herself as a doll for the first time. To be fair though, that could be held off till much later. Because when I did the package game test, it would fall to 20 or 30 FPS near this mirror. And then go back up to 60 or 70. Like, the price of the mirror is very high. And this room is heavy to start with, so... Also, if it's going to have some sort of lag issues, I'd prefer it be much farther into the game and not the first room. Hear me out. You know, the first room, it probably shouldn't lag at all in the first room. But it might just be the nature of reflection captures that they're just heavy. There's not much you can do about it. How important is it that even exists? I'll think about it. I want to settle on the intro story before I do that. I keep changing it, and that's annoying. Maybe I'll just create something. I'm not sure if I want to bug test right now. Making things is so much more fun than bug testing. Am I making 20 enemies for chapter 1? Really? Do I need 20 enemies for chapter 1? That's a good question. Do I really need that many? I mean, not all these even work necessarily. I never finished my, the new one I was making. I was working on a new one that, okay, that camera is so fast. Where it has a little rolly ball and chases after you. I could have just tried to jump on you and also try to do the other, try to just roll after you. I'll think about it. I don't know if I really need that many enemies though. It seems like a lot for chapter 1 because, well, the playroom doesn't need enemies because of the fact that Charlotte's the only enemy there, so you don't need that. I'm probably going to take her out of the library and the Hall of Records. I don't... It just really cheapens her if she's like all over the place. I don't know. Unless she's just haunting places, but even then, there's not that many rooms that need enemies. There's like the New Life room, the Carnival room, the Magician room, the Toy Maze, Waiting room, 5. So, and then Control room, Safari room, Chapel, the library, the music room, the washroom, and the staff room. So we're at 12. I mean, and the Forbidden Toys room doesn't really need anything specific because it's got a boss. Patrick's room has a boss. I'm not 100% certain Charlotte's bedroom will be in the first chapter, but if it is,
I was gonna make it more story based and not require enemies. But even if, let's say it did, you know, I mean, like, we're still, you know, I mean, we're not even pushing 15 rooms that have enemies. I think I'm forgetting something. A storage room does not have enemies either. Am I forgetting a room? I don't think there's even 15 rooms. Why do I need 20 20 enemy types? I mean, like, I can literally already introduce an enemy every single room that doesn't have a boss in it. Or that isn't, like, haunted by Charlotte. Oh, I guess there's the campsite room. That's one more room. So then maybe there was, like, 15 rooms. So what? Oh, machinery room, pump room. Okay, there's actually 3 rooms. But that still gives me quite a few rooms. Or quite a few enemies there. I mean, as soon as I turn this, the painting blockers don't count. I guess in a way they do, but they're... I guess they can. I guess the rest of these... Oh, except these don't have anything. I'm not even using the wallies anywhere. I borderline have enough enemies already. Maybe I make one more. So I don't know. I mean, it's okay to use an enemy in more than one room, right? In a lot of cases, they just add them to a pool and they just spawn out of all of them and they just keep adding more to the pool. Also, the little Mega Bitey and Patricias aren't very interesting. I think I just need to go through and make the enemies harder. Something yawning a bunch. I don't know if you saw the stuff I did to chapter 2. That's another thing that was... I did a whole bunch of changes to chapter 2. I know what I wanted to do. I had an idea that I was going to change some things for chapter 2. Writing the chat here. I need at the Toy Maker's office. And I almost want to put it in chapter 2 as well. But that poses a serious problem here. Where? Presumably I'm going to put it up here inside this area in here or something, just a small little office area, but it's not very... There's not much space you can have it for, so it's really very limited. I decided to change the story on how the Death Tarot was given out. At least I think it'll be the Death Tarot. It's given out this way. Wait. Okay, that's just that, sure. I'll push that up there just so it's a little easier to see, but I'm not sure I want to keep it. Can I just dupe this and move it down?
Well, it's kind of got the wrong... it doesn't have that the wrong thing. I mean, technically I could do that. Or I can just do this too. I gotta put a hole in the floor anyways, doesn't matter. I mean, it'd probably pay better than making this game does, that's for certain. This room could, I don't like this here. Let's do this, actually. What kind of game are you making? Like, what kind of game do you want to make? That's a good question. What idea do you got? Alchemy Quest for Philosopher's Stone? I feel like you've mentioned that before and I just have terrible memory. But I think we discussed that earlier about how bad my memory is unless she's cute. Even when it comes to game dev. Yes. $5 million level experience in the main quest, side quest? So you're saying it's a tiny game? The kind of game you build in the weekend. Practically a game jam game. Designing systems for a game is super easy, yeah. It's all the content. If all I ever had to do was design the, you know, the systems to run the game, wouldn't take me all that long. Now if I have to add in like all the particles and sound effects and everything else like that too and do all that stuff, it might take a lot longer. But making all the quests, like, that's what takes like maybe the longest, really. It's just all the content and just putting in all the story and things. If I just had to make a system that, you know, someone else put all the content into, that wouldn't be bad at all. Yeah, I'm hearing tiny. It's barely even a thing. I wouldn't even worry about it. Yep. The story haven't stopped yourself? Yep. Story takes a long time. People really underestimate just how long that takes. Even just to type in a bunch of text into your thing for these big old stories. But just making enough scenes for all that stuff, it takes a long time.
And I just don't think people truly comprehend how long it can take to make that. Yeah, the movie for a game to hold. That's fair. I would do. Would too. I don't know what I'm doing with this section here. I don't hate it, but I don't want to redo this whole ceiling. Oh wait, it's just one ceiling. It's not even for every other area, it's just for here. At this point, I make the game myself, like decades, and actually let's see the possibility to have someone who will make game instead of me. That's it. That's fair. Kind of the art, game will lose your project. Yeah. That's what I was saying. If someone else was going to put in all the content and I just made a system to run it, it wouldn't be so bad. If I had to make all the content, then I mean, like, they better be prepared to pay me for, you know, years of labor, because that's what it would be. And at that point, if I'm making I mean, if they're paying me enough, then, you know, they can slap their name on the game. I don't give a crap, but it would be, it would really depend on what someone wanted out of me for that. Dream games are neat and all, but this is going to take a long time to pay out, for certain. Hopefully not too long, but yeah, game dev is definitely an art. You're not wrong. I wish I could just design things to look good and I didn't have to worry about perpetual level design issues. Like, 'cause that's the big problem with Metroidvania is the amount of level design requirements that force me to put things in a certain way to make it for gameplay purposes. This makes it hard. And Applebee. How's it going? You know, when cutscenes, just camera's face when your character is talked to and slow between the camera showing the character's talking. Fair. I was considering doing the graphic novel style. Basically just what Bloodstain did. I'm gonna keep my cutscenes to as few, if any, as possible. I already know how this is gonna go. Like, I have no experience with them. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with them, and they take forever. So, yeah. You doing good? Nice. Glad to hear it. I don't know if I want this here or not. I don't think so. This essentially has to have the same thing as the lover's room. We have different thing, right? As long as I made a small profit, be alright with them making 90% of every sale. It's fair. If you're investing all the money up front, you would probably make all the thing like that. What you'd actually do is you just hire them to do specific tasks. As the person running the project, you would just like, okay, I'm hiring these devs to do this, this, and this, or you pay them a percent, like this amount there, and they do the job, and then their hands are clean. You know, it's just like you know, it'd be your studio doing your thing. Unless you really just want to pay some other studio to do it, in which case you could, but it probably comes out more like what you want if you just hire individuals to do the parts you need, or you have employees as opposed to hiring a pre-made studio. Made a slideshow for a cutscene and early prototype. Nice, nice. Yeah, I did some pre-rendered things for the RPG Maker version of this game. And that's where I learned that cutscenes can take quite a while. And I didn't have a lot of cutscenes. I had some, but I'll have some things where they're moving around in the game and things, but it's going to be a lot less. I just see how long this is going to take, and if I'm cutting corners anywhere, it's on that.
I have not seen how Halo 2 Remastered did cutscenes. What did they do? Full-on videos? You see, that's a huge amount of work. Like that's just not going to be possible for me. Those games are made by hundreds of people, man, over years. Even the remakes have this disgusting amounts of budget and people working on them and time invested that it's just like, when you're a solo dev, you can't do that. You can't do the work of, you know, 100 people over years. You know, it's just gotta cut corners. I still think this project's already too big, just in scope. You saw the FF cutscenes back there. It was in all of them. I mean, they were really great. Of course, at some point, it's just a literal animated movie, and at that point, you know, how long does it take someone to make an animated movie? Long time. Long time indeed. I just watch the cutscene movies now of all the new Final Fantasy games. I don't even blame. They're like having like a season of like 4 plus seasons of a Netflix show. It's great. You know, yeah. Like I say, I think visual novel style is probably the best bet I have with minimal like cutscenes, like maybe some sort of intro one and like an ending one, and that would probably be about it. Like I'm not expecting a lot when it comes to this. It's just, I don't see how I'm going to do it. I already recognize that even the gameplay portion of this might take longer than the time I've allotted. This is a very, very large game, and I'm seeing how large it is. Like how much is getting added. The scope of it's just insane. And I don't want to work on it for the rest of my life. I want to make other games too. Also, I'd like to get paid so I can afford to work on other games, because otherwise I'll have to drop this and go work at a regular job. If I spend too long, eventually I'll run out of money. Yeah. Fishing definitely hire people that make games and stuff. I guess different approaches. Like some devs are just artists. You can work with them in a commercial way, so you pick the right dev and the artist will join you even if you're acting them. Yeah, I mean, you just pay people for a task. It's like anything. All these big companies, that's exactly what they do. They hire you for a job, they tell you what you need to do, and you do it. This is pretty simple. That's how all the AAA games and everything are made. It's how AA games are made. Even some, like, you know, indie games have studios, but not usually much of a studio. Stops being indie if you get too many people. So you just pay for what you want. I don't like getting other people involved for free. There's a danger in that, you know, now it's who owns the project, you know, who owns what work. What if they decide to quit? What if they decide to take the, you know, like steal a bunch of the stuff and make their own game? I mean, like, there's so many things when you introduce another person in there. Like, I don't want them. I'd rather pay them for a job and then tell them to take a hike afterwards, as opposed to directly involved in the project. But maybe, I mean, game's getting larger. Nice. Oh yeah, listen. That's how it works. The longer you work on it, the more ridiculous it gets, right? And just scope creep is very real. Like more partnership? I mean, that's fair. Depends how much you bring to a partnership. Partnerships. I came from the RPG Maker community, and I never saw a team thing work. Not once. Never. Never. Someone always would drop out, and then it became who owns the work, and it would always fall apart. But they were always like, you know, working together. They weren't, you know, someone didn't just hire someone. If you just hire someone, then who cares if they leave? So what? You paid them, and they didn't follow through, or they did. Either way, you get to continue. Yeah, the more people you add, the riskier it gets. It's dangerous, you know, but not if you're hiring them as individual contractors. Then you have to have money, and money is obviously not the thing that game devs tend to have. That's famous indie studio Ubisoft. These high people make games. No, it's fair. Yeah, indie Ubisoft. Yep. Yeah. I mean, you can hire people to do things like, you know, Expedition 33 did the same too. Apparently, over the course of it, they hired like an extra 30 people or so just for extra things. And they started out like a studio of just like a studio of 2 people. And they, well, like I think 34 is the main studio, and then they hired 30 extras. They also got a lot of funding, and they're more like a AA studio. They had millions to spend on their games, so I wouldn't use them as a good example of an indie by any stretch. I feel like they're definitely working harder than the person with the ideas. They deserve more. Yeah, it depends. I mean, you know, presumably you're just paying them money, right?
because any idiot has ideas, so ideas are, they're not very valuable. Just say ideas really aren't valuable. Everyone shows up to the game dev world with ideas. What's valuable is funding. Whoever has the funding controls what ideas are made. And I have the person willing to put in the labor, I guess. Those are pretty valuable, but ideas don't matter much. This day as I was first working on it, I stream live development every day. I need to be careful because I don't have a ton of free time. Well, that's fair. I mean, you know, don't have as much free time myself, but here I am. I mean, you know, everyone dreams of just being a streamer, right? Then you can just, you know, work on it, make money at the same time. Back to that funding thing that's super important. First ideas also plays a big part. Needs to think of every scenario. Like I say, ideas are. You'd be surprised. Like everyone shows up with these like big, huge ideas, but most of them don't have the little ideas to make the things happen. They can't assemble anything. They just tell you some world and hope it works out. It's really. I mean, they're a dime a dozen. In partnership with land, Dev would have the ownership of the game. Man, you wanted to put work in and then let them own the game. More power to you, I guess. It seems like a, yeah. Funding execution, yeah, exactly. Like ideas are almost meaningless. It's what can you make real? That's going to take money and that's going to take time. Trying to say this large project is? We're trying to work on it? Yep. You don't gotta tell me that. I know all too well how long this takes and how it gets bigger and bigger, and I having to pick and choose my ideas. How I'm starting to learn that polishing a game up and making the game really truly playable takes far longer than building the game initially ever did. Yeah. That's why I'm starting to think the game is so big that I'm being crazy with what I'm doing. Yeah, AI is of limited use and largely garbage in the world of game dev. Yes, this is what I'm discovering. Limited use and largely garbage. Where it's useful, it can make music for you and do a pretty decent job. It can voice act for you and do a passable job. It won't code for you. The code it generates is very simple. It doesn't make a very big system. It's not very good at it. Hard to mash it into anything. You're going to spend more time trying to make that work than it was ever worth. The graphics it makes are... Well, the models I've seen are terrible so far. Like, they don't look good at all. Maybe eventually they'll generate good models. The images, I don't know why you would need singular images, but sure. Maybe you could generate some icons or something, and it's probably fine for that. All the cutscenes I've seen it try to generate, or like for animation things, are too disjointed to be useful. Like, they wouldn't have a... They don't have a cohesive underlying anything, so... Like, they're good if you're going to generate like a minute-long video, but for a game, yeah. I'm so far unimpressed with what AI offers. So far. It might eventually get really good, but once it gets good enough that it can truly be useful, then the big AAA companies are just going to sit there and farm it for stuff anyway. So it won't really benefit us indies more than... It'll benefit those people with their like sweatshops of hundreds of devs far more than us. So yeah, I'm not impressed. Anyone who's sitting there vibe coding never really gets very far. They always have things that are not impressive and like they're not a product you could really sell. They usually like, I made AI do this, and then they put it on social media, and that's cool, you know, but... Eh. So, unimpressed. Definitely unimpressed. Sure. Yeah. I think people are... There's a lot of lazy people in this world who are looking to get things done
It's the get rich quick people. It's this, they found something else that they think will get them rich quick. And right now, the people who are making the AI stuff are a lot like the people who sold shovels in the gold rush. Like they're trying to sell you on the AI being worth it, but they haven't produced anything with the AI that was worth it. They just want you to think you can. So the idea is what's valuable. And truth is boring. Maybe. Truth is boring in the world of AI, that's for certain. Sometimes fact is stranger than fiction, though. So sometimes the truth is fun, but... So far, I, as far as AI goes, I'm looking at it for voice acting because I have no money, and maybe music because I'm tired of freaking indie music people coming after me after I paid them for their work. It's like, I paid you for this. That's what is it? Nope. Okay, well, I'm going to get copyright claim for... I don't even want to support them anymore. Oh, well, thanks for swinging by, nobody. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll still be here for another hour or so, at least. I've been almost streaming almost 7 hours, so yeah. But I'm back to nights now, so I'll be around. Nighttime's just way more successful. As far as like, there's better viewership at night. I like nights better too. Except for when I want to do anything else in life that isn't, you know, sitting in front of a computer. But the good news is if I'm up at night, I have lots of time to work on the game because there's nothing else to do. True. Very true. Plus, I get to drink while I do game dev. I don't drink during the morning ones. It's weird. I'm gonna copy pasta all this crap. I don't want to connect this up to chapter 2. I really do. Oops. For now, I guess it's in the 3rd chapter. I started realizing that I could basically create rooms where you got all 3 versions of the tarot cards, but you had to collect something in order to get it to happen. So I'm going to trade these out with a different item. Put them here, and then I'll remove the hearts and place them with something else instead. And then I'll tweak the room later to be something completely different, but just as my concept room. This room doesn't need to be big. If effectively it's just a room you come to pay off collecting something. This also means that I don't need to have special areas for each of the tarot cards. Because there's 36 items in order to get the last of a certain type of tarot card, and that's more than enough to solve my problems here. Like, that's not a problem. That's great. That's perfect. I just wish I gave this out a little bit earlier than chapter 3. I would be able to start at chapter 3. So basically halfway through the game. Kinda. Chapter 3 and 4 are larger than chapters 1 or 2. Technically, this is like only one floor down from the main floor, too. Actually, weirdly enough, we raised up a little bit. It's actually... I mean, it could easily be...
Hello
It
there.
could be a room off of there. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Assuming you could even hear me, it did have an ad break. Super ad break. Ruining everything. Kickoff's been approved? Hell yeah. No going outside for you. It's game dev all week. Just in time for the Mega Jam. So what was the theme for it? I didn't even look. I was like, I could look, but counterpoint, I didn't. That's my explanation. I could, but I didn't. Not which mesh I used for this, but I'll figure it out. It's one here. There you are. Gramophone. Boop. Oh, I need to make another one. I'm not sure if they want to call it Toymaker's office, but eh. Oops. Toymaker's old office. Should probably start marking them as chapter 3, chapter 1, then they can at least be in order. Make a lot more sense. Like C3. Yeah. But I'm not sure you can change names on these without problems. Guess I could find out. Can you change names on these without problems? Here we go again. You could do a time loop with that. Or maybe one of those games where you like die off and then like, you know, the next one comes along and replaces you and continues the quest. True. Let's see if this causes problems to change these or not. I might be asking for it on this one. Can I do a C1 carnival? He's holding this is the 10th anniversary? Huh. What kind of a game dev does that? I'm gonna double check this error to see if I even want to use this. I can't be always encounter this. I'm probably not going to do it just because I don't want to mess with it without having a backup first, just in case something goes wrong. For all the new ones, I'm going to start naming after their chapters so that they appear in order on there. I don't have to try to figure out which chapter's which because there's going to be almost 100 stupid rooms. I already have like 52 of them. It says a lot. 52 different, rooms. Jesus. Anyway, what are you going to use for the thing? Have you figured it out yet? I guess you don't have a lot of time before, you got to do something. Don't want any hearts in this room. Gramophone. I couldn't spell for some reason. Public education, yo. It's a thing. That's huge. Maybe I don't want to use the crystal ball there. Maybe I want to do a different one. I can just dupe it and then use something different. Yeah, let's do a different one. I mean, technically I could just manually do it too. Instead of having the crystal ball one, I can just do that. Is there some point in doing that? Then I'll sit there and try to get this thing there scaled the right way for each one. Is that really that much better than just duplicating it and making it I'm just gonna duplicate. I don't want to. In my effort to make the right code, it's like, why? You know? It'll be off a gramophone. If the original theme is gonna be like an Among Us game. Oh, nice. You make a whole Among Us game in that time, huh? It's definitely a thing. That went well. That'll work. Wish I could edit the name of all those. I wish it would actually adopt the name of the other thing, but it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter. What does edit multiple assets even do? Can you adjust the names? Is that possible? Doesn't look like they have a rename option for most of them. That's unfortunate. Looking for a find or place. Whatever. Let me see. Doesn't really matter. We're in the project? Fair enough. Oh. Thanks for dropping by. Good luck on the project. I will continue building my bizarre monstrosity of a game. Yes. I would do with this space down here. I didn't really think about what I was gonna do with that. I just decided that this open everything was kind of weird versus anything else. Like it just seemed like it was like, I mean, I guess there's no reason it couldn't be open if I want. And I just need a small room to hold essentially a place to collect all the audio logs and reward you for collecting audio logs. Oh, let me change this on here. Just to double check that that section is written in there. I mean, improving an entire room and setting up a concept for another room is not too bad for a night, to be honest. Rooms take a long time. Especially big rooms. This concept room, we'll see how it goes, but I think it won't be much different than the lover's room. Good to have a great stream. Good work. See you next time. Well, thanks for dropping by, Laposian. Always a pleasure. I'll probably only be going another well, another 54 minutes or so. No, 44 minutes. Figure I'll get 8 hours. Figure my schedule isn't quite looked over that I want to try for a full 10 hours.
might stream more often, I don't know. Viewership night is much better. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still not as good as it once was, but it's better. Max viewers is so weird. Something just seems so very off with Twitch's numbers now. Hmm. Anyway. This is called audio log. Not very red. All those are super easy to see. Well, sort of easy to see, I guess. Um,
I can take a quick bio break here before I get back to working on these things here. Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, not as many viewers tonight as it could be, but yeah. Getting things done. No, it says there's a bunch more. Which is numbers are wrong now. I don't understand. I'm looking at things like going, so like there's 2 refresh. There's like 5. I'm like, okay. Anyway. I want this to be a room. If I put the Death Tarot in here. What's this? Oh, map cube? Sure. That was the room info. Seems huge. What the hell? This is way too big. I didn't realize it was so big. It's more like the lover's hallway, if anything. You don't get technical. Not every room needs to be huge. That's what I've learned. Too big of a room and just means I waste space that can be used for more things to wander around through. Now for the other direction. Mark that as 30 so I can see better. It's like the whole building got moved over. Very weird that that can happen. What's the other end? Just for slightly too big. How does that happen? I swear this had to get moved over. Man, I can't just move this wall without something in the way. There's a bunch of crap that's slowed it up that shouldn't be. Maybe this solved the building, I don't know. Whatever the case, so what? That nav mesh is annoying. All my homies hate it. Well, it was perfect. I know what you're talking about. Absolutely flawless. 10 out of 10. No gaps at all. Hmm. You know, if I move these down, this bottom floor here, and reverse it, I could just have this whole thing up here be a room instead of having a bunch of small rooms. Or small little room infos. Might be better. And I just block it here. That's fair. Gives me a lot of space to play with. True. Already have a wall that's the right size too. Not sure I'm gonna do this little hallway-like space, but just gonna pull this farther forward. Because of how far these stairs go down, I kind of want this down here to be in a better spot. still have to put it in there though. I guess I'll have to go down here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, if we do it this way, it's okay. Then there's no space underneath here, which is interesting. Kind of wasted space, but at the same time, is it really that bad? I mean, not everywhere has to have something in it, I guess. There could be a secret under the stairs, I guess, as well. I'll have to blockade this entirely if that's the case. Really shouldn't be called towards the entrance. That should be farther down, I would assume. Half this crap might want to go farther back too. Also, this doesn't need to be as high up as it is either. Can I just ditch these entirely, I guess? Probably, yeah. Instead, I'll put some rails up there. I want to give like a desk and everything like that too. Set all that up as well. Maybe move all this crap to the back area here. I hate it. Put it all on the back wall. Like a desk thing here or something. Sure. And not gonna lie, the energy is wearing thin at this point. Like that. I think I have like a section back here where a lot of this stuff is. And then I have like a almost like office set up in front of it or something. Maybe I don't have all the Tesla coils and everything. I'm not going to gamify this, or if I even need to be honest, because you're finding items anyway, so it's like you could gamify it, but does it matter? It's already got an objective in it. I'll probably put something in here. Because one thing I've learned is first I make a room, then I go back and I gamify the room, then I go back and make the room better, as far as like looks better, and then I come back and add even more on top of that because it's never enough. Polish waves are fierce indeed. Need to spend some time on combat though. I haven't done that in a while. And their combat needs improvement. But this does have to get done too.
Let's see what I'm doing here. Oh. It's a little small. It's a map cube. That's not bad. Put a couple of these things so I can actually wander around all these locations. I realize these have the AC light on them. Doubt I'm keeping them, but it's always cool to be able to run around them. It's like I conquered a whole section of the building or something every time I have one of these set up, so I always like to wander around even if it's not a finished room or anything cool, just, you know. So I can say I went into the new room. I'll leave a key over here, even though I don't know what it's for, but I don't care. Okay, I don't need 2 keys in here, thank you. Oh yeah. Room doesn't exist yet. I 'Cause 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 '
It's working. Lots of space to add stuff. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet, how I'm gonna set it up, but I did need the room. Also need to push those next to each other a little bit. It's obviously terrible. I think I'm gonna call it for the evening after that. You know, chapter 3 is slowly beginning. It's the layout. Beyond that, I don't know, but just an idea of how things are going to get laid out is not worst. Especially as I lock down exactly what I need in the chapter. It is possible I really cut down on how much is the hidden floors. I think could be probably the most cut down things of anything. We'll see how long it takes to get there. At this point, I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, it's going to take like 25 to 30 hours to even get there, in which case the game's way too big. Because that means you haven't even got through the final area yet, and we're at that. That's a lot. Big game for a Metroidvania, especially. I could have a secret under here, though. That's interesting. That might happen. How did I teleport? It's probably a problem for tomorrow. Oh, it's a portal on, no wonder. Gotta deep that, that's why. Or goes far enough out back that it wouldn't work. I don't want you to be in the room if you're not in the room. I think I like that better, where it's got the thing below and then a thing over here. Hard to see. I don't want things to be too tall, because if they're too tall, then I can't really restrict where the player goes and make meaningful setups. That is a feature problem. But at least chapter 3 has begun. Kinda. I'm still messing around with things in chapter 1, but you know, whatever. Gotta lay it out so that in the future I know what I'm gonna want to do later, or have time to think about it by the time I get there, instead of just going, okay, well, this is what I'm gonna do when I get there, because I don't always know what I'm gonna do and just figure it out as I go. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna call it for the night. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. Pacific, so basically the same time as this night, just pretty much back to evenings. Seems like I get more done, way less distractions at night. Also, on average, better viewership, so it doesn't hurt to do that either. But yeah, if you like all the games called Poppet Quest, you know, like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever. But no, anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see everyone later.